call this meeting to order. Okay, Mr. Dehaney. Yeah, but I have to make the announcement on the closed caption first. Before we get started, I'd like to let everyone know that the captioning in the room is currently unavailable. If anyone needs captioning, it is available on Facebook or by downloading the VB Now app. And you can see the clerk, Amanda Barnes, if you can. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, the first briefing will be given by Deputy City Manager Monica Krosky. She'll brief the council and the public on an update regarding our focused action plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, City Manager. Every 2 years, City Council comes together and you have discussions, you work with a facilitator, and you talk about your priorities. You get feedback from the community. Well, you do that year round, but we also do some specific engagement with the community around your strategy plan. And semi-annually, we do a public report to give you progress update. I always like to talk about the intentionality behind this plan. I think governments get criticized a lot about doing a lot of plans and they sit on shelves. That's the opposite of what this focus action plan is, heavy emphasis on the word action. Every single month, the deputy city managers, assistant city managers, and we meet with all of the departments to talk about the progress, the initiatives in the plan. Quarterly, we then get before our city manager and we give him updates on our progress. He asks us questions. Every single department that reports to the city manager has a departmental performance plan and some of their initiatives tied to your focus action plan. And just about every Thursday, the city manager is meeting with departments to go over their progress. So there's a lot of intentionality built in to make sure that we make movement on what your priorities are. In this particular focus action plan, there are 45 initiatives. I will not go over all 45. I'll just do a sampling. And next month, early September, we will have the official year-end report for fiscal year 26 that will go over every single initiative within the plan. There are 3 focus areas in this strategic plan, focus action plan: people, places, partnerships. People really is about centering the residents' voices, making sure that the services we provide, how we provide them, are rooted in their feedback. It's also about taking care of the people who serve our community. So emphasis on public safety, which is the foundation of any communities and people. Places really acknowledges that we need to have places for people to work, places for people to live, and places for people to play. So things like Rudy Park, VB Trail, economic development are in places. And then finally, partnerships is recognizing that as government, it doesn't make sense for us to do it alone. There are times when it makes sense to leverage community partners to advance an initiative. So the partnerships key focus area is all about how can we leverage community assets to advance priorities. So let's get started with some highlights. First up is a people initiative, public safety. You all have been investing pretty heavily in EMS. It's a time when people need us most. They're probably at their dire hour, and making sure that we are positioned to help them is of importance to you all. You all invested in 24 new positions back in November, and Assistant City Manager Stroud and his staff were able to hire 24. And in addition to hiring those 24 FTEs, he also implemented a staffing model, 24/72. And what that is you work 24 hours and then you have 72 hours off. And what that does is that offers a work-life balance for the employee, helps with burnout. What it does for us as the employer is it provides a stable foundation for scheduling. So you will know that you have a 24-hour period that's covered for the ambulances. And then for those career employees who still choose to operate on a 12-hour shift, it's easier to stack it. And the fruits of that is in this graph. The graph represents a quarter average staffing of the ambulances by hour. And what you'll see is the orange is the fiscal year after we went to 24/72, the quarter. The first quarter of fiscal year 26, and the blue is FY25 before. And you can see every single hour we have a higher staffing of ambulances. So we're moving in the right direction. And that's an important, we're a large city, we're a tourist city, so making sure that we have ambulances staffed is a high priority. Assistant City Manager Stroud wanted me to say we're moving in the right direction. There's still opportunities for improvement, and we'll continue to seek those opportunities. But really wanted to publicly thank council for your investments. As that graph shows, they're paying off. The next area and people it's an interesting one. When we look at the community survey, our residents say that they are satisfied with the services that they get. When we benchmark the satisfaction for the value of the taxes paid, we are higher than the national average. We are higher than the regional average. But in that same survey, when you ask them, what are your top priorities, the cost of government is one of their top priorities, one of their top concerns. So they're satisfied with the services that they get, but they also want us to pay attention to the cost of government. So in your focus action plan, you had an initiative about working with the Process Improvement Steering Committee. The Process Improvement Steering Committee worked with city staff to really look at opportunities for cost savings and cost reductions. And they came up with over $20 million worth of potential cost reductions. And you all accepted some of those recommendations in your FY27 budget. Moving forward, the Process Improvement Steering Committee, they're evaluating how can we keep this type of exercise going, not just looking at dollars saved, but opportunities for optimizing services and our service delivery. So keeping the high expectations that our residents in our community have grown to love, but just making sure we're doing that in the most cost-effective way. So that might be repurposing existing positions to meet new priorities. That might be looking at how AI can help us deliver services. So PISC in the year ahead will be working with staff on how do we keep this going. Another area that's in your focus action plan deals with the community survey itself. We've done it with ETC for 2 years. 2 data points is not yet a trend, but we still have valuable data. This is the random sample statistically significant survey. So making sure we're using that survey and it's not just data sitting on a shelf. So what we've been doing is segmenting the data by different demographic groups to see if folks have different perceptions based on age, based on where they live, gender, all sorts of ways we're slicing and dicing this information. And then going back to the community and trying to get more information. It's only so much that a survey can give you. So making sure we're following up with conversations to dig deeper, to get a good sense of how our community's feeling. So that's what we're doing. We're leveraging the results to do just that. One of the neat things is Councilmember Bellucci held a District 3 summit, and that gave us additional insights. And something that came from that summit, we heard as part of the ambassadors program, in which we did in a couple of districts that historically have engaged with us at lower levels. And something that we got from the District 3 summit and the ambassadors pilot program is that folks appreciate when we have meetings specifically for government topics. But one of the themes that keep coming up is that they want us to meet them where they are. They want us to meet them where they're doing everyday life. So we're taking that to heart, and one of the places we know that people are going is Parks After Dark. The Parks and Recreation Department it's been a huge success, nearly 24,000 people last year. So what we've been doing is we've been segmenting the resident survey data, coming up with themes and questions that we want to follow up more on, and OPA staff, budget staff, comm staff, have been at Parks After Dark, and they've come up with this toss and tell game of where you get the children to come up with their parents, or sometimes the teenagers or the parents themselves. They toss this ring across this game, and then we have these questions in a bowl that tie back to the resident survey, and we're asking them things about neighborhood pride, about how they feel about our services, and staff is jotting down their feedback. So it's a way to engage the community in the community without requiring the community to come to City Hall or to come to an hour-and-a-half meeting. We're meeting them where they are. We plan to replicate this at other places, whether it's the farmers market, whether there's other events, but trying to take that information we got from the District 3 Summit and the Ambassadors Pilot Program and meet the feedback and meet the community where they are, so it can be easier for them to give us feedback and to engage with us. It's been a huge success. Folks have been giving positive feedback to the folks who are staffing the station at Parks After Dark that they really like that concept, so we'll definitely be replicating it. Parks After Dark is a program or initiative in your Focus Action Plan. There's an initiative about formally evaluating it so that we can get some intentional assessments about how is it doing, what's the impact that it's making. So Parks and Rec and OPA are currently working with each other to come up with an outline about how we will assess it. They're looking at what LA did with their Saturday Night Lights, I forget the name of their program, New York, to see what are some of the metrics that they used, because we know it's both qualitative and quantitative, so looking at crime prevention and crime data to see if it's making an impact, but also some of those qualitative aspects of people being able to interact with law enforcement in a low stress, non-threatening environment. Research shows that those types of interactions have positive benefits. So we'll be bringing to you at some point a formal evaluation of Parks After Dark. Another initiative in your plan, when you all kicked off the development of your Focus Action Plan, you heard a presentation from Michael Evans, and he talked really about demography, population, and migration data, and really talked about age groups that were leaving, age groups that were coming. And we also have a mission statement for the city that talks about being a community for a lifetime. So during your retreat, you talked about making sure that folks have the supports that they need so that they can make Virginia Beach a community of a lifetime. Tiffany Russell in communications took this initiative and ran with it, launched a campaign that we're calling Ages and Stages. And what it's about is really making people aware of programs, resources, events that we have based on their needs. So came up with categories like teens and seniors, caregivers, and folks can filter. It's a website on our webpage now, and you can filter if you're looking for something for teens, if you're a senior and you're looking for resources or maybe a program. And Tiffany worked with all the departments, libraries, and parks so that we could get a good handle on what those programs are. And it's one of those things of sometimes you don't have to create something new, you have to make sure you're communicating it in an effective way. And this is a perfect example of that. So Ages and Stages, you can sign up for alerts if you want to get alerts on things for the teen category or senior category. That's available to you now. Apprenticeships. This council has been talking about apprenticeships for a couple of years. I think, Mr. Mayor, you went to Germany with maybe the chamber, and Germany just puts a lot of focus on apprenticeships. And a related aside, when we did the Youth Violence Prevention Task Force, Madam Vice Mayor, you might remember when we interviewed some of the youth that were in jail, we heard examples about them saying, you know, I was horrible in math and science, but I love shop class. But when I got in trouble or because I wasn't doing well in math, I was no longer allowed to go to the shop. So I just dropped out. So 2 weeks ago, when we were having the task force meeting, we learned that Renaissance, based on that feedback, now has their trade shop at Renaissance Academy. So we know that apprenticeships aren't just good for us as employers. There are ways to enrich individuals' lives who need them. Not everyone needs to go to college, but the economy needs trades. I don't know if you've tried to get a plumber or HVAC person lately, but it's an area that's very much needed. Assistant City Manager Stroud, want to definitely thank him. He saw the need for this too, and he worked with Human Resources, and we are repurposing a position to focus on apprenticeships, because what we've learned is that you need someone whose job it is to focus on developing these programs. So we're going to be working with Virginia Beach City Public Schools, TCC, and some other trade programs, because we have hundreds of buildings. We need plumbers, we need carpenters, we need electricians. So let's work with these partners so that we can create pathways to jobs with the city. and it can be a win-win for us as well as the individuals. This past summer, we created a new intern title with skilled trade interns, and HR was telling me that we have 14 who've been working with traffic, with operations, with facilities. So just making sure that we're fulfilling our own needs as well as the community needs, because trades is an area where we need to be grooming the next generation for sure. So lots of good positive movement on something that's been on your radar for quite some time. Attainable workforce housing. I spoke with Ruthie yesterday, and there's lots of good news for the next 2 slides, so she wanted me to make sure I took my time and really shared those good news. Housing has been a top priority for council for quite some time. In April of last year, you all really took a step in making some action towards what can we do to create more production in attainable housing. So you all supported the Attainable Workforce Housing Performance Grant, which is a great program because it's not necessarily us using general fund money for it. It's when folks make a development, because they've improved the land, it creates more tax revenue. They add these attainable units to it, and over a certain period, they can get a grant towards that incremental tax improvement because of the development. And you see the associated units with that. Those are significant. As part of Michael Evans' presentation to council, he talked about the number of housing units we needed. So a program such as this is really moving the needle. The graph is also great news. The blues are market rate, and the greens are attainable affordable housing units. You can see what's in production, what's been completed, what's in the pipeline. We have more in the market rate production, but we have had some success with the affordable rates. And as you remember, Michael was explaining, units overall is what we need. We need to pay attention to affordable and attainable units, but the more units we have, the better it is for the health of the housing market. So this graph really shows we have quite a bit in the pipeline. Several have been completed, and we're moving in the right direction on one of council's top priorities. So kudos to council for the support that you all given the professional staff and being able to put a program out that's really creating some movement for us. Also really good news on this slide, the point in time count, which counts our neighbors who are experiencing housing instability. You'll see we had 325 who were experiencing homelessness. What's important that Ruthie wanted me to share is you see that increase from 2024 to 2025. She wanted it to be explained that you all will remember you supported investment. We did a mini renovation at the Housing Resource Center to add additional beds. So because we added that capacity, we were able to house more of our neighbors who are experiencing housing insecurity. She also wanted me to point out the 45 who were unsheltered. These are people who are not couch surfing. They're not in a shelter. These are our neighbors who are sleeping on the streets. We only have 45 in 2026, which reflected an 18% decrease. So those are our most vulnerable neighbors who have no place to live. We've seen an 18% decrease. Something else that she wanted me to point out is the 53%. Last year, 53% of those who were sheltered with us went into permanent housing, not transitional housing, but their own permanent housing. And Ruthie was explaining when you compare that to the benchmark, that's just phenomenal. That folks are going from a shelter to their own permanent housing. So that's something to really be celebrated. Business retention and support, economic development. A lot of times there's a lot of flash about new businesses and who they recruit. The Economic Development Department spends a lot of time of making sure we're touching base with those businesses who have already chosen us, who've already chosen to invest in our community, give our neighbors jobs. And you can see that they did quite a few business visits to check in with those folks to see how can we support you, what are your needs. The Hive continues to be just a really phenomenal asset to our community of building that business community making connections and networks with over 400 workshops last year. So those are just quick highlights, whether it's public safety, housing, economic development, we're making good progress on council's priorities. I tried to be intentional about naming the names and the departments because it's truly a cross-departmental plan. The priorities that you all have are multidisciplinary. They can't be done in a silo. The community doesn't care about which department. They just want the goals to be advanced. And under the city manager's leadership, I think we're doing a great job of tearing down those silos, rallying around the goal, who has an asset, who has talents to bring to the table, whether it's Assistant City Manager Stroud repurposing one of the positions in his portfolio, whether it's communications, working with the departments to look at how we communicate something differently, bringing all of the assets that we have of the city to the table to make sure that we advance the priorities of this council. Like I said, next month, early September, we'll have the year-end performance report that we always share on the website that will go over every single initiative and provide progress on how we're doing on those initiatives. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take any questions, but more than anything, just wanted to, not that you all ever doubt, but just reassure you that the Focus Action Plan does not sit on a shelf. There's tons of intentional action behind making sure that we advance you all's priorities.
Monica, you are indeed a mover and a shaker, and we definitely thank you. You were involved in so many things. A recent example of the interaction is the Task Force for Safer Virginia Beach. And can you go over the 3 public encounters that you're going to be having with Dulcino Milo?
Sure.
I think that's a sterling example of, what we're doing.
And I think what's been interesting is that we're not starting from ground zero. Some of the things that we talked about in the Youth Violence Prevention Task Force are coming up. And I don't know if most folks know, Parks After Dark was born from that. So I know the task force wants folks to know that recommended actions, things that you all can act on, will come from their work. But I want to make sure I get the dates right. Again, it's one where we want to make sure the work is rooted in the community's voice. So the task force will have 6 public meetings, but we're doing these listening sessions. They're grouped in categories: businesses and oceanfront businesses, the public, general public, civil rights organizations, and faith-based organizations. And we're holding them on Tuesday, July 28th, Wednesday, July 29th, and Thursday, July 30th. The website is Safer VB. If you go to our website and you type in Safer VB, it'll pull up the dates, the times, and the locations. But we're having them throughout the city: Bayside, the Central Library, one's at CVB, but again, trying to make sure we leave the walls of City Hall and meet the community where community life happens. And we want to hear from the community. We want to hear their thoughts on what's needed, what kind of community supports, what kind of public safety supports. We know it can't all be government. We will also do a survey of some kind, Mr. Mayor, because we know not everyone can come out and participate. So we're going to try to replicate whatever the questions are for the listening sessions, put it on the website so that folks can chime in that way, and we can get their feedback. But really looking forward to what comes of that.
And if I can also say, when we talk about the housing situation, that is a national crisis. This is not unique to Virginia Beach or the Commonwealth. This is happening everywhere, whether it be inflation, regulatory things of that nature. But, I can say that, since I've been on city council in 2004, Rosemary and I back then were on a group called Empower Hampton Roads. And we actually went on a field trip up to McLean and to see the interactions they were taking. But once again, the housing is a really critical thing. And being involved with the military advocacy group, 2 years ago, we went to the Pentagon, and we work with every branch between here and Fort Eustis Langley. Every undersecretary or assistant secretary of defense for all branches said that housing was critical for national security in terms of recruitment and retention, and then they throw in daycare too. And, once again, even locally throughout Hampton Roads here, and, they just came up in Newport News where the chief of naval operations doesn't want sailors living on the ships while they're being fitted. They have to get them into the community. So, but once again, it's a matter of also attainable housing is critical, for our, whether workforce, whether it be teachers, public safety, anybody, to make sure that they can achieve that dream. And, we're going to go through some hoops doing it. But I think that's really good. And also on the apprentice program, a number of mayors went on that trip. And I remember speaking to a young lady, and she was learning to be a carpenter, but she was a teacher and said, it really didn't float my boat. And then now she was in a carpentry program. And then once again, even with our Hope pipeline, what we're helping our people excel, getting youth into trades is a path that can only achieve good. But once again, I tell you what, stellar work by you and everybody. Anybody else? Michael and then Stacy.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Krosky, I want to thank you for your presentation and just share that your professional practice and I think vast and deep expertise really shine through in this presentation and so many of the other aspects of your work. Okay. So thank you for your many contributions, including this. I want to just call out a little bit about the District 3 Community Summit that occurred, and of course, thank you for your vision and expertise in helping us formulate that, and I hope that model would at least be considered for other districts, because it was an amazing way to engage with our neighbors and learn actually what's important to the people, not just learn, but affirm actually what's important to the people we serve. And it's interesting, I don't know what slide that was, but it came through that question, or slide 7. The most popular question that came out of that was, and that stimulated the most connection and the most dialogue, is what is your favorite business close to your home and why? And what that tells me is, again, what you said, is that people wish to be met where they are, and that it's also an affirmation of the vibrancy that exists within the communities we serve. And that sometimes we talk about these, big and bold policy agendas and issues that we contemplate, and those are really important. But what really came through in that conversation is that people are very, very connected to what's happening close to their home, and they're connected in a way that is organic and natural and really strong, and that we have an incredible small business community and innovation and excellence that's being obtained all throughout the city. And it was a really exciting conversation, and it was really fun to be part of. And I have a whole list of new businesses.
I was going to say, the manager, Councilmember Berlucci, when he was reviewing the report, he was like, oh yeah, I like that one too. Someone has good taste. I can't remember the business, and we probably don't want to call him out. But I think that was the manager's favorite question too, Mr. Councilmember.
It was mine, and I got to share some of my favorites, and it was a true evening of connection for myself and for my neighbors, and I really want to thank you for that. And I do hope that other districts will consider utilizing some form of that works for your districts, because it was a great way to sort of glean what's happening and what people in our neighborhoods and communities are really thinking about and prioritizing. So I thank you for that in terms of my personal service to the community, but also making the connection to this plan. And thank you for all your work here. I look forward to continuing to collaborate.
Thank you.
Stacy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow up on a few things that the mayor talked on, but first is about the trades, the apprentice programs. And at Priority, when I was there, we realized that we had a desperate need for auto technicians, and there just weren't any in the pipeline. Nobody was training. People did not want to get into the trades. And we partnered with the Norfolk Sheriff's Department and Tidewater Community College. Developed a program where we could train 16 technicians at a time to, it was a year-long program, working in conjunction with the Norfolk Sheriff's Department. And at the end of that year, each of these 16 had all the certifications they needed to start as a technician with us, and they were all guaranteed jobs. And highly successful program. And that's, so it's not only the young people that are getting out of high school or maybe in high school, but there are other places, our jails are a great source of people, because if they come out of jail and they have no job, they really have no choice but to go back to their old way of life. If they come out and they have a trade and they have the ability to get a good paying job, the recidivism is, next to nothing.
That's evidence-based. Research says that's the number one deterrent for recidivism is stable employment.
So I just think there are other right fields out there of people that we can steer towards the trades. The other thing I want to talk about is housing, that people, every time there's another housing unit built in the city, it frees up people to move into, if they're living with their parents or if they're living in a group home. My son is 25 and he lives in a home with 3 other roommates, and they all put their name on their food in the refrigerator, and they had their schedules for the laundry. None of them want to live like that for long term, but the ability to move out of that situation is limited because all of our housing is full. We just don't have any. So every time we open up a housing, whether it's a $1 million house in a neighborhood or whether it's a attainable workforce housing unit, it frees that up for that next level of people to move in. So you get people moving out of apartments, moving into a single family home. And maybe when you ask people in the retirees and the elderly, why don't you give up this big house and downsize and make your life easier? And they say, I can't afford to do that. Where am I going to go? So when we open up those kind of things, it lifts everybody up. It creates opportunities for everyone. So, we just need to keep making that housing a priority, because as the mayor said, it's a crisis, a national crisis, a statewide crisis. The state legislature did a number of things this year to try to free up or create more housing in the state. And here at the city level, we need to continue to make that a high priority, because it not only affects people at every income level, at every strata, looking for opportunities, but it also, our assessments, people are complaining about the assessments going up year after year after year, and they are. That's not sustainable, what we're doing. But it's a supply and demand. By creating more supply, demand's not going to go away. We need to create more supply. So every time we create more supply, it's going to lessen that burden on the overall population. And then the last thing I want to touch on is the Attainable Workforce Housing Program. It's such an incredible program, and some people just want to naysay it and say that it's just giving money back to the developers. It's not. This is a program that gives an incentive to build these houses, because to build a house or to build a high level unit, that's fine. We could do that, but that's not addressing the problem. We need to address getting people into at every economic level into a house, and our school teachers, our police, our firefighters, that are locked out of the city and they're going to Chesapeake or North Carolina. Every time one of those people moves back into Virginia Beach, or every time we keep them here, that's a win for the city, because if they leave the city to live somewhere else, they're going to see opportunities elsewhere, and it's going to be easier for them to work where they live. And we need to make that here. We need to keep our teachers, our nurses, and our firefighters, and our police department, and all of the professionals that work here at the municipal center. They need to stay here. They need to live in Virginia Beach. And this Attainable Workforce Housing, it's been a tremendous success. And on average, if you do the math, break it down, it's going to cost the city but for taxes about $100 a unit a month. The city has no liability, no insurance, no maintenance, no upkeep. The units are going to be maintained, and at the end of 15 years, if they want to re-enroll in the program, they got to reinvest in those properties. It's a tremendous program at very little cost, to the city. When you talk about $100 a month for a unit, that is a heck of a lot cheaper than a Section 8 housing project, that are being built elsewhere around the region. So this is a great program that we need to keep encouraging and keep getting people signed up for.
Thank you, Stacy. Amelia?
Yes, thank you again, Monica, for this report. It is important, an example, I just had a Community Day meeting on the 9th, and we had, including examples, we had the Virginia Beach Community Development Corporation. A lot of them did not know what that was and how it worked, and they even give an example how in Cypress Point, where there was a bunch of homes that people, whoever the developer, just couldn't keep up with that. So they were able to buy those homes and put it at a reduced rate. Very nice homes for people to have that opportunity. The bottom line that you have here is neighborhood pride, connection. That is very important. People were there, they were listening, trying to understand the differences between attainable, affordable, and what this grant meant. So to them, they felt the city cared. And we had a nice, response from people. The other thing that you're mentioning with the pride is also how secure our area was. So we had the police come in, Carlos, captain, and explain, what steps are taken. How little things like leaving your car open at night, that they now have this little card that pass out to say, by the way, we're able to get into your car. It's a warning, it's not, a ticket. But what we are going is over and above. And we thank you for being there. I see you over at the Hive, again, showing that representation that the city cares. So all of this, and very important that people need to understand, surveys, research, these are important tools that give us the evidence base. It is not, we just want to do a referendum or surveys or what, but we need that to give us what you're showing us today. So thank you so much for this presentation.
Thank you.
District 4 thanks you.
Rosemary?
I'm gonna be really brief, but Monica, it's another stellar job that you've done. You always come through, and it's a wonderful report, and I think it's really important for people to know all these, there's a lot of little things all add up to be big things. And to look, the positive things that are happening in this city, that's really keeping us, that's why I guess Forbes magazine said we had the best quality of life here. And I'm really looking forward to finding out what the results are going to be from Parks After Dark, because I think we've been really feeling good about it, but then we actually get the data, now that it's been in progress for now several years, it will be time to evaluate it. And I can't help but believe it's really helped a lot of young people, and the different stories that I've heard where these young people are becoming more engaged, and some of them actually want to work for the city. Yes. They come and they see the great things that are happening. So thank you for another wonderful report, and I guess we look forward to the big report coming up.
It's coming, and it's definitely a group team effort. It's a cross-city effort. So many departments contribute. I get to be the face of it, but it's truly all hands on deck to advance this work. So thank you all very much.
Anybody else? Let me conclude by saying, Rosemary touched on something, quality of life. And, the one thing this council is dedicated to is to make sure that we have, the quality of life. And quality of life draws companies to come here. Because you better believe when an industry wants to come here. And we're proud of the fact that over the last number of years, the defense industry is finding homes right here in Virginia Beach. We have over 70 major defense contractors. And the other thing is too, let me put it this way with the military. I once had Admiral Cottle, who's Chief of Naval Operations now, introduced me to the Commandant of the Marine Corps. And he just bragged about the quality of life in Virginia Beach. And he told that Virginia Beach was the most requested duty station by members of the Navy. And that's a big deal because once again, even our Navy, when they retire, they stay here. I think we have 7 or 9 former commanding officers of Oceana that still live in Virginia Beach. And so once again, as we balance everything, with housing and the challenges with infrastructure and stormwater regulations and things like that, we can never forget about quality of life. And I think that's exactly what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, the next briefing will be provided by Emily Archer, Acting Economic Development Director. It'll be a briefing on the historic Kempsville quadrant, and the request will be for City Council to authorize us to issue an RFP to seek proposals to develop that area.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Thank you for having me. As the manager just mentioned, we're here to give you a background and overview of historic Kempsville Northeast Quadrant. That's the yellow star on the image on the right at the intersection of Witch Duck Road and Princess Anne Road. We're going to review some potential RFP criteria, what that could look like, and share some community feedback I've received to date, and then seek your direction on next steps. For 2 decades, the city has worked to preserve the historic significance of Kempsville, of this area through purposeful placemaking efforts and strategic acquisitions. Starting with the adoption of the 2006 Historic Kempsville Area Master Plan, and then amended in 2014. The image on the right is the master plan from that 2014 document that was amended in 2014. Quickly following that, some major roadway improvements were completed on Witch Duck Road in 2015, and an RFP was first issued for this land in 2015 for mixed-use development as envisioned in this master plan. That RFP did not come to fruition due to complications with property assemblage at the time, but that property assemblage has been ongoing for the past decade. And meanwhile, there has been significant redevelopment on the northwest and southwest quadrants over the past decade with commercial and residential developments that have come to fruition. I want to clearly state that no unsolicited proposals have been received for this northeast quadrant in recent years. So current use, it's all the city-owned land is shown in yellow on the right. There is one use, the existing Virginia Beach Fire Station 9 outlined in red. There's also a lease to the Ruritan Club on that parcel. Fire Station 9 is about 43 years old, typical midlife renovation point. It has undergone routine maintenance and is slated for ongoing capital investment through the city's capital improvement program. But what is unoccupied and available for development at this time is about 10.6 acres, kind of shown in the brighter aerial on the right. There is still one or two privately owned parcels outlined in that center dashed yellow area. An existing car lot is still present there. There's a mixture of B4K to 4K and B2 zoning on this quadrant, and it's all within the historic Kempsville Overlay District. There's also, it's all city owned, but there is one VBDA parcel. It's kind of a mixture. And that private owner that I mentioned, the city has been demolishing the buildings as they've acquired them. The white topped roof within there has been demolished, and the remaining kind of brown roof structure is to be demolished in the next year. This is in Council District 3. Excuse me. These are the existing conditions. It's very much vacant land, except for that one privately owned business operating in the center. There is a new sculpture, Harbor of Stories, that was installed this spring by the, completed by the Washington Glass Studio on Witch Duck Road. I met with the Historic Kempsville Citizens Advisory Committee, the CAC, in March of this year, and had a good discussion with them about if an RFP should be issued and how they felt about that. after some good discussion, the majority did feel that an RFP should be issued even if we didn't own everything at this present time. I asked them about uses they would want to see and not want to see. What really came out is they just didn't want a single use. They wanted a mixture of uses to go there, and it was less about, one use over another. So just if like a residential use only came in, that would not be well received. Following that, I asked if there was a housing component to it, how important was it for them that it be attainably priced? And I used an 80% AMI, area median income, which equates to about $1,900 per month for rent or mortgage for a two-person household. And the large majority, one of the largest majorities from this group, felt that that should be included if developed here. I kind of polled them on what was most important to them. Kind of the number one over the all was that it respect the scale and historic character of Kempsville area if developed here, and that provides safe, inviting, and walkable internal circulation to the development. And they just wanted opportunities to provide input once if it's something selected and proposed for here. Stormwater, parking, traffic were also concerns, but not as much as those top three I just mentioned. So if an RFP was to be issued, here's some potential criteria based on what we've heard to date, what we know about the site. It could be open for 60 to 90 days. We would put some phrasing in there that we're seeking a walkable mixed-use development, that it must meet the historic Kempsville architectural guidelines, be compatible with surrounding land uses, and meet the B4K zoning that was established for this area specifically. Any housing that is proposed, we would ask that some have some attainably priced options at or below that 80% AMI. And then, as we do in most of our RFPs, we ask for a concept plan, purchase price offered, timeline for execution, and any request for city assistance be clearly stated. So for your consideration this afternoon, we can issue an RFP, we can postpone until all the land can be acquired, or further study conducted, or other as directed.
Okay, Michael?
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. And you and your colleagues have done an exceptional job on this question before us. And in my view, and I'm very confident that this view is shared by those interested parties, including surrounding neighborhoods and those invested in the historic Kempsville Citizens Advisory Committee, which I'm going to talk about in a second, are in agreement that we should move forward and issue an RFP. The time has come to do that. Of course, as you noted, this particular property is located in District 3, but it's also directly adjacent to District 1 and also in close proximity to District 4. It's a really important and actually beautiful and historic and cultural neighborhood and area of our city. And this visioning has been guided by the Historic Kempsville Citizens Advisory Committee, which is comprised of business folks, people who live in the surrounding neighborhoods, faith leaders, representatives from our schools, public safety. It's an amazing group of people, planning commission members, and I could go on. I mean, it's an incredible group. It's one of the most effective and collaborative and positive civic organizations that I've ever had the privilege to work with. And many of them are here today, so I just want to acknowledge them and thank them for their, many of them are here today. Wow. It's really
Your
good.
fan club, Michael.
I don't know about all that, but I do know that the people who are here have been working on this for a really, really long time. And they are invested in every way imaginable and ensuring that this really important and historic and cultural district in the city moves forward into the future in a way that serves our community. But what we know is that this quadrant is the last quadrant in this intersection to move forward with development. So you have beautiful park, just directly to the south. You have the new shopping center, which is actually quite beautiful and is in adherence to the historic guidelines that were established by the committee just across the street. And then you have the historic Kempsville High School and the housing that was established directly adjacent. There's also Harbor of Stories, as you mentioned, which is an amazing public art project that was led by our Cultural Affairs Department in partnership with the Washington Glass School. That could be a whole presentation on its own about how remarkable and interactive and comprehensive, collaborative that project was. But these parcels were beginning, as I can understand, have been assembled for decades using public resources and for the public benefit. And this intersection, everyone knows, anyone who lives near or traverses through that area knows that in particular, this quadrant, this corner has been sitting essentially vacant for a really long time. And it's unfortunate that the city doesn't have control over the last site as part of the assemblage, but I think that I know that I represent the majority of folks involved in these discussions for a long time when I say that we're interested in finding out what the market would bring forward even without control of that final site. And that this site should be returned to the tax rolls, it should be used for the public good, which that's the intent that the parcels were assembled, and we should see what the market brings forward. Having said all that, we're asking that the market bring something forward that's in cohesion and in concert with the visioning that's occurred and that's been particularly led by the Historic Kempsville Group, which is, as I said, it's not just a committee. This is a committee that has connections to civic leagues and every aspect of the surrounding community, and it's a really amazing group of individuals and professionals and people who care about our city and love it very much and are invested in the future. So I also want to take a moment, if I could, to just acknowledge the work that Councilmember Ross Hammond has done in this area. I know Vice Mayor Wilson has done and specifically been invested in this area. Councilmember Abbott and others too in their council responsibilities have. So there's been many hands, and it's my privilege to have the opportunity to have this corner as part of District 3. And I think we're ready to move forward with the RFP, and that will be my request of council.
Excellent. Let's go Worth and Amelia.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Archer, for the presentation and the time of yours and the staff. And I just want to speak about the process here going forward, because I think the strategic pause that was taken because of the assemblage has allowed us to do the assemblage, but also I know it's been vacant, and some people might say an eyesore, but at the same time, we can get this right as a city, and I'm glad for the input, because when we do have the input of the local citizens here, especially the historic group here, that's really important, because going forward, the RFP developers can listen to that. So all that being said, should we go forward with an RFP? Do we give folks all the data, the information, like a survey, like where utilities are? I guess with zoning would come forth after their proposal. Is there an environmental survey, ESA? Is there wetlands delineation? All that, will that be a part of that? Because for a response in even 90 days for something of this importance, I think that's a little short, in my opinion, to get all your ducks in a row, all your design, all your pricing, after learning all the information. It's going to take time, and I would say, I would err on the side of caution or timeliness and not be that quick to request for a proposal.
Yes, sir. I mean, we could easily go to 120 days. As we've been acquiring parcels, we always get a phase 1 ESA, so we can collect those and all the information that we have during that assemblage process for any potential respondents to have it available to them.
I would just say maybe even 120, 150 days, because it takes a while, and developers have to spend money hoping they'll get the deal, and the more they spend, the more chance they may get or might not get. So it's not easy, and then maybe even some engagement with the folks there. So anyhow, that's my input.
Amelia and then Stacy.
Thank you again. This is an important project. This parcel took many years. We have wonderful people out there. And first, I would like those people to please stand so we can see those representing. They've become family to me. And besides that, we have the historic part of the Filipino, that whole area of the nurses, the doctors. So this is important, and this is the time to move forward. There will always be roadblocks here and there, but if we have the wherewith, like what Councilman Palucci mentioned, and we have all those people backing us, this is the time to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stacy?
Just want to follow up on what Councilman Remick was saying. And my recommendation would be that the city actually perform a survey on the property to identify utilities and things that may be an obstacle that and may prevent or inhibit a viable RFP from being put out. So if the city could do some legwork, as Councilman Remick was saying, doing a survey, identifying some of the basic things that people would need to know in order to make an informed decision, I think that would help the process.
Yes, sir, great idea.
Good, Michael?
Just a couple things to add. I didn't mention in the list of, Councilmember Hutchison is co-liaison to the committee, and although this is in District 3, many of the committee members are District 1 residents, and so I want to acknowledge his really meaningful contributions to this conversation as well. Also, this is in addition to the Filipino history, Black history.
Yep.
There's Virginia Beach, as we know, has a history with the Mennonite community. I mean, there's a colonial and revolutionary and American history. It's all American history, but American founding history that occurred there. It's amazing what's happened in this part of our community. And it's a very special property, and I think the community wants to celebrate and enjoy it. But having said all that, moving forward with an RFP, especially one that prioritizes the goals and strategies and sort of standards and design guidelines that have been prioritized and elevated by the committee and others, at the end of the day, doesn't mean that we have to select any of them if we don't think that they're the right fit for our community or for this area. So it's worth knowing what comes forward. And I think we all seem to be unified in that, so I'm very grateful for it. Just as a point of clarification as it relates to the survey, and I'm in full agreement with that, and as well as Mr. Remick's recommendation about the timeline. But if a survey occurs, how long would that take to complete before the RFP could be issued?
We could easily have that, I think, within 60 days.
Yeah. So we're looking at, I'm just trying to do the math there.
At October, September.
To return, to release the
To
RFP.
release the RFP, yes, by the fall.
Well, the reason I say that is I think we need to move. I mean, we've been trying to assemble properties. We've been waiting on responses. I'm in full agreement and I appreciate the suggestion and have no objection to it. I want to make sure that we're holding to that timeline because the time has slipped away from us on this corner, and I think the public is ready to enjoy this quadrant moving forward.
Stacy?
It might be beneficial also to have a phase 1 on the property that we don't own. If we can get the property owner to cooperate with that.
We can try, sure.
Okay, I think we have a direction. But boy, I really harken back to yesteryear, remembering when the pony baseball thing was there for a very, very long time. This is a very unique property, and it really has a tremendous amount of history, especially coming from the Revolutionary War that was acknowledged that during 250.
Lord Dunmore.
There's a lot of action going around here, but Michael, thank you, and Hutch, and, everybody that, you got a lot of adjacent districts around here, but thank you for carrying the ball. Really appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, before we wrap up, so council is okay with us issuing an RFP, but want us to do some additional survey and, okay, all right. And the timeline, 60 to 90 is good, or do we go to 120?
Well, what do you think? We try to get the preliminary work done in 90 and then the RFP in 120, Michael, would that work for you?
I think we need to move a little faster than that.
Okay.
I'm wondering,
We could, if we want to, we can move to 120 for the RFP, and then we can start to do some of that additional work that we talked about in that process, so.
do them concurrently.
We can.
Yeah, there you go. That's the answer. Stacy?
I think doing some work up front is going to accelerate the process and give us better quality products to look at. By trying to rush this thing along, some people are just not going to be able to even start until they know what's there. So I just think that's time. I think it's time and money well spent to get to an ultimate solution.
Can we go to 60 and 90?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
That sounds like a fair compromise. Okay.
So we'll take 60 days to do some of that due diligence work, and then around October, we'll release an RFP.
And the world knows it
90
now,
days.
so.
Yep, for 90 days, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I love it when a plan comes together.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, this next presentation will be given by Lavera Tolentino, our purchasing agent. The first presentation will be on our current disparity study and talk about the history and how we got here and where we are as it relates to the current disparity study. Following her briefing will be a presentation by Samir Bawa with BBC Research and Consulting. He'll give City Council his findings and recommendations as it relates to our most recent disparity study. And then following his briefing, Lavera will come to close up to talk about recommendations and next steps. All right, so go ahead, Lavera, the floor is yours.
Lavera, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. And good afternoon, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wilson, City Council members, Mr. Duhaney, and Mr. Stiles. Thank you for the opportunity to present the results and recommendations from the 2025 disparity study. Before we present those results, I would like to provide a background and a few highlights of the current SWAM procurement program, which was established through the 2018 disparity study. The background and purpose of the disparity study was to provide insights of disparities or differences of the actual contract dollars spent with businesses in city contracting and the percentage of the available businesses that are willing and able to do business with the city. The 2018 disparity study identified the underutilization in city contracting with businesses owned by women, minorities, and service-disabled veterans. From the 2018 study, there were 12 recommendations that were presented and implemented. Key areas of focus included city contracting aspirational goals, which were adopted by this body, creating a dedicated SWAM business office, and increasing outreach and networking. And that entailed bringing awareness to the newly formed SWAM procurement program to the business community. Prior to the 2018 disparity study, City Council adopted some resolutions and ordinances, and within that study, some of the accomplishments from your leadership over the years in support of creating opportunities for businesses owned by minorities, women, and service-disabled veterans included you created the Minority Business Council in 1995, which was a first for the entire region. In addition, in 2007, you supported executive leadership in establishing an administrative directive related to purchasing from SWAM certified businesses. In 2008, City Council had the desire to establish a 10% resolution in city contracting for minority-owned businesses. And in 2012, you supported the implementation of the Small Business Enhancement Program and the Bond Waiver Program. And then in 2018, you approved the city's first disparity study. And I would like to point out that in 2020, the Commonwealth of Virginia established a Minority Business Commission, which was created and modeled after your Minority Business Council. And several members of the Minority Business Council served on the task force group in creating that commission. In 2019, City Council approved a resolution to implement all of the 12 recommendations from the 2018 disparity study. 9 of those recommendations from the disparity study included things of nature updating the city's aspirational participation goals in city contracting, establishing a dedicated SWAM business office, improving data collection and annual growth monitoring programs, undertaking a local SWAM certified program, increasing small business subcontracting opportunities, and also implementation of project-specific contract goals, unbundling large contracts, and then also prompt payment. And I will say with the prompt payment piece, most of the time, our vendors get paid in processed, invoices are processed and payments are made within 30 days. And the Virginia's prompt payment statute for local governments is 45. So we are doing the 30 days to get vendors paid. In addition to those 9 recommendations, City Council had 3 recommendations of their own. And again, that was improving the networking and outreach, which this increased the visibility of our small business workshops and program. You also wanted to improve contracting opportunity notification, which was done through our supplier portal in our new financial management system. And then we also utilized the EVA, which is the Virginia Marketplace. And then the third one was the implementation of a small business set-aside program, which is also known as sheltered bidding. And then just to give you a quick look at how things have gone over the past years, City Council initiatives and established goals had a significant impact in minority and women-owned businesses participating in city contracts. With spend categories, if you look in fiscal year 1999, this was before the disparity study, you can see minority-owned businesses had expenditures amounting to $2.26 million. At this particular time, there was no goal for woman-owned businesses or service-disabled veteran-owned businesses, and this was when there was a 10% aspirational goal for minority-owned business participation in city contracts. And then you look at post the 2018 disparity study, and we look at fiscal year 2019. Minority-owned businesses increased their spend by $18 million, which amounted to 20.8. That's in comparison to 1999. And then you look at woman-owned businesses where their spend amounted to 28 million. Those two categories combined was 48.8 million in 2019. And then an aspirational goal was established for women-owned businesses with the 2018 study as well. Then as we fast forward to 2024, and we look at those expenditures in city contracting to minority-owned businesses, which amounted to $61.5 million. That's almost $59 million increase from 1999. And then woman-owned businesses amounted to 59.1. And a combined total for minority and woman-owned businesses, $120 million. We've come a long way. Then we look prior to the 2018 study again, as Virginia Beach has been a leader in the region in creating opportunities for small businesses, specifically those businesses owned by women and minorities. The program, approved and supported by City Council, has had a significant impact on the growth and development of businesses right here in Virginia Beach and the Hampton Roads area. With the implementation of the recommendations from the 2018 study, the city exceeded the established aspirational goals for minority-owned businesses and woman-owned businesses in fiscal years 2022, 2023, and 2024. With that being said, we appreciate, bless you, we appreciate City Council's continued support of the city's SWAM procurement programs. And with that, I will open it for any questions that you might have before I introduce Mr. Samir Bawa, who will give you the
Any
results.
questions at this point? Okay, Cash?
I want to
And then
thank you for your
Barbara.
presentation and your professionalism. This helps us gauge where we need to go. And so thank you for this informative information. And so from this point, I think it'd be apropos to introduce your guest.
Absolutely.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I think there's another question.
We gotta let other people speak.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You guys, you next, you next.
Barbara?
I would just say that this is just a phenomenal report.
Thank you.
Because when we did the first disparity study, it was new. I mean, we had really not thought of such a thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And the fact that we were able to make those aspirational goals and what we have achieved is just amazing because, like I say, when we did this to begin with, that we were in a territory that we really weren't aware of, that we had these disparities, that people didn't know how to make the bids for city work, and what you've been able to accomplish has just really been phenomenal. So I just want to congratulate you. This is a really, really great report.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna go Jennifer and then Rosemary.
Thank you. Between your presentation and Maury Hill was here, I think, for the Kempsville group, but he's also a part of the Clean Community Commission. I just have to shout out the leadership that's coming out of our Virginia Beach Commission work. So from the Clean Community Commission up to the Commonwealth of Virginia, we started the zero waste awareness. Like, it picked up traction across the Commonwealth, but it started here with our local commission. And then to see the leadership that the Minority Business Council is offering, not only our city, but the Commonwealth. I just want to applaud our local volunteers and our staff for elevating our city on these really important initiatives. And I hope that we continue to support them in that, because it's really impressive, the impact that we're having, not just in our own city, but all across Virginia.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Rosemary?
Thinking back over the years and the trailblazers that went before us, where we started, and the people that really got up there, rolled their sleeves and worked and pushed and really got things started. And some of them are not with us today, and I wish they could be here to see the phenomenal advancements that have been made and where we are today. And it's kind of, I mean, you look at this, you think, oh, well, we've always been here where we weren't. And we really started at a very low point. And because of all the work of the people who cared and got involved, and like Barbara said, there were a lot of things we had to figure out of how to get to this point. And it's really great. And just kind of wanted to think back of the people who helped us, especially at the very beginning. And thank you for such a wonderful report.
Thank you.
Amelia?
Thank you so much, Roberta. We want to mention you've been one from the get-go, working with this. And that's important. Just like Council Member Wilson mentioned, someone not here with us anymore, but she is that little wolf that's been there through the entire part. So thank you again. We enjoyed being part of, as one of the council liaisons, along with Council Member Rouse, working with this. And people wonder, what was bundling? I mean, the low words for people understanding that part, and for the women. Women are really leading. I was at an event and someone was at church, and she mentioned about she was from South Carolina, and she heard about our program here. Can we introduce her to the program, because she has this business, to do. She was from somewhere along either, I'm trying to think of her country, but it's somewhere near Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
She had come because she knew we had this business hive opportunity for women.
Awesome.
See, we are touching way beyond our leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick and then Michael. Michael?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And in addition to the comments that were shared previously, I just want to focus on the sort of the historical timeline that's presented here. Because I think it needs to be said, you know, we're sitting now in 2026 and we're seeing a second iteration of the disparity study presented and analyzing its findings. But we didn't just end up here. I think what's missing from this timeline, and I'm not faulting you for not including it, and I understand why you didn't. What's missing from this timeline is an accounting of the Virginia Beach citizens who stood up and insisted that a disparity study occur. And they were met with, from a variety of stakeholders, at times contempt, at times resistance, at times a lack of understanding, and they persevered. And I know that there was a march down Atlantic Avenue. I'm not going to name those individual people because I don't want to leave someone out, and there are many, but those who are watching and those who are aware know who they are. And fortunately, though, the good news is that the city of Virginia Beach, and I think even the skeptics of the necessity for a disparity study have come to understand and recognize that it was the right thing to do, and it is an appropriate thing to do, and that we have made improvements as a result. But I don't want this moment to go by without it being noted that we didn't just fall into place here, that there were people who stood up and insisted that this occur, and they leveraged their personal reputations, their professional reputations, and their networks to ensure that an accounting of this disparity was created for the city of Virginia Beach, and that the appropriate responses to that disparity as revealed are advanced. And I think those people deserve a lot of credit. And I know that, anyway, so I'll just stop there. But I want to recognize their efforts and extend my appreciation to them for recognizing a need and ensuring that their city government moved in the direction that it needed to.
Thank you.
Okay, Patrick?
So, Mr. Mayor, remember, there's two more parts to this presentation. So the next presentation will be Mr. Bawa. He's going to give his presentation on the findings from the most recent disparity study, and they're going to focus on a different GMA or regional area. He's going to discuss that as well. And following his findings, Lavera is going to come back and talk about next steps and where we can go from there based on a recommendation from staff to the council.
Let's move forward.
All right, so with that, I'll bring Mr. Samir Bawa up, PhD. He's a managing partner with BBC Research and Consulting. And so his firm was selected through the RFP process to conduct the 2025 disparity study. So Samir, I will turn it over to you. You're welcome.
Yeah, welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me and giving me a little bit of time to talk about the 2025 City of Virginia Beach Disparity Study. I do want to acknowledge a few people before jumping into a summary of the study itself. One, Ms. Juliet Coconut from BBC. She's our project manager and managed the project for, well, the 2025 disparity study throughout its execution. And then, of course, Lavera and her amazing team. Disparity studies are a huge lift, not just for the consultant, but we have to work hand in hand with the organizations that we're conducting the study for. And without a team, an internal team that's helping us out, these things just don't get done. So I just wanted to make sure I acknowledged Lavera and her team as well. So the presentation we've developed today is meant to just briefly summarize key aspects of the disparity study, including its core objectives, some of the core analyses that we conducted as part of the study, as well as recommendations and guidance that are driven by study results. So the core of the study was really simply to measure outcomes for minority and woman-owned businesses, as well as service-disabled veteran-owned businesses in city contracting and procurement. And we do that really at the core by assessing whether there are any differences or disparities between two measures: the participation of minority and women and service disabled veterans in city contracting and procurement over some study period, compared to their estimated availability for that work. And I'll unpack those terms in just a couple of minutes as I'm going through my slides. We also assess conditions in the local marketplace to understand whether any barriers exist to make it more difficult or that make it more difficult for minorities, women, and service-disabled veterans to compete for, well, to establish businesses, grow their businesses, and then ultimately compete for and win project work with the city. And then as part of our study, especially what we call the availability analysis, we collect a lot of information about characteristics that businesses in the marketplace possess and how the city can use that information to tailor its contracting inclusion efforts to those businesses in the marketplace that need the most support. So I want to define, or at least talk about how we defined the term local. So all of the analyses that we conducted as part of the disparity study, or the vast majority of them, and what I'll talk about today, are built around businesses that have locations within the Virginia Beach marketplace or region. And we defined that based on information over our study period on the businesses to which Virginia Beach awarded contracts and where they were located. And it turns out that the vast majority of the dollars that Virginia Beach awards go to firms and businesses and contractors that are located in Virginia Beach, Suffolk, Chesapeake, Norfolk, and Portsmouth. So I wanted to just make sure that we had a shared understanding of what we considered our marketplace. So as I mentioned, one of the core analyses of any disparity study is to calculate the percentage of dollars that went to various groups of interest. And in this case, minority and woman-owned businesses and service-disabled veteran-owned businesses. I also want to mention that for the sake of time in the presentation today, I'm going to focus on results for minority and woman-owned businesses. Results for service-disabled veteran-owned businesses look very similar. We go into great detail in those in our report, but just to keep this concise, I wanted to just focus on minority and woman-owned businesses in the slides that follow. So for our participation analysis, at the beginning of the process, we worked very closely with the city to collect detailed information on the contracts and procurements that the city awarded in the areas of construction, professional services, non-professional services, and goods in the 5-year study period between July 1st, 2020 and June 30th, 2024. So in total, that added up to $1.64 billion of contracting that we assessed as part of our study. And what the participation analysis showed when we calculated the percentage of dollars that went to minority and woman-owned businesses was that the city awarded 6.3% of its contracting and procurement dollars to white woman-owned businesses and an additional 4.5% to minority-owned businesses. And this is a good time to point out that when we classify businesses as either minority or woman-owned, when we talk about woman-owned businesses, we're talking specifically about white woman-owned businesses. And for businesses owned by women of color, we classify them along with their corresponding race and ethnic groups. So for example, when I talk about Black-owned businesses, I'm talking about businesses owned by Black men and businesses owned by Black women. And that's consistent with just industry practice. So looking at that 4.5% figure for minority-owned businesses, that varies group to group. So it's driven in large part by Black-owned businesses who received 2.5% of those dollars, and then Asian Pacific-owned businesses and Hispanic-owned businesses each received a little less than 1% of those dollars. So, of course, knowing the percentage of dollars that go to minority and woman-owned businesses is very important for a variety of reasons. But what becomes even more instructive in terms of policy and program development is to compare actual participation against what one might expect those businesses to be awarded in city contracting based on their existence in the marketplace, their characteristics, their interest in doing government work, and a variety of other factors, and how that aligns with the actual contracts and procurements that the city awards. That's the primary objective of what we call an availability analysis. So we use what's called a custom census approach to measuring availability, and that's just a jargony term that means we collect a great deal of information about businesses out in the marketplace, a great deal of information about the contracts and procurements that the city awards, and then we go through a contract by contract matching process to figure out the degree to which businesses in the local marketplace, their characteristics align with the characteristics of the contracts and procurements that the city actually awards, and then aggregate all that information to estimate the percentage of dollars that we would expect those business groups to receive if contracts were sort of awarded to qualified and capable businesses at random. So to collect information about businesses, we reached out to thousands of businesses throughout the marketplace and asked them to participate in what we call availability surveys. And as part of those surveys, we asked them to give us information about their primary lines of work, their locations and where they're able to serve customers, their roles as vendors, so do they work as prime contractors, subcontractors, or both, their business size in terms of their revenues and their number of employees, how old their businesses were, their capacity, so what's the largest contracts that they can realistically compete for, their interest in performing government work in particular, and then ownership characteristics. Are their owners minorities, women, service-disabled veterans? Once we had that information, we compiled it into a fairly large database, and then we went through every contract and every procurement that was included in our analysis, compared the characteristics of the businesses in our database to the characteristics of each contract, and then in that way, we're able to estimate the percentage of dollars that we might expect minority and woman-owned businesses to receive on city work. So looking at that same $1.64 billion of contracts and procurements, what our analysis showed is that one might expect 13.7% of those dollars to go to white woman-owned businesses based on their availability for that work, and then an additional 25.2% of those dollars to go to minority-owned businesses. And just like participation, availability differs by group. So again, Black-owned businesses accounted for about half of those dollars, followed by Hispanic-owned businesses, and then at 5.1% of those dollars, and then Asian Pacific-owned businesses, or what you might think of as East Asian businesses, at 4.5% of those dollars. So once we measured participation, we estimated availability, we then compared those measures, which was the objective of what's called the disparity analysis and why a disparity study, or how a disparity study gets its name. So in order to measure those, we calculated what are called disparity indices. So for a particular group and a particular set of contracts, we took the dollars that that group actually received during the study period, divided by the dollars we would estimate them to be available for. So essentially, what that disparity index communicates is how many dollars is a particular group receiving for every $1 we'd expect them to be available for. So I'm going to show a couple sets of results using the same format. So you see different values of disparity indices on the vertical axis. In this case, going from 0 up to $2. It can actually go higher than $2, but we tend to cap it there. And then that horizontal line at the $1 point. So that's our line of parity. Essentially, what that means is that actual participation is generally in line with availability. So for every $1 we'd expect a group to be available for, they're actually getting $1. So anything below that line indicates that they're being underutilized relative to their availability. And then importantly, with this pink box, we indicate the zone of substantial disparities. So if a group receives 80 cents or less for every $1 of their availability, those groups are considered to be substantially underutilized on an organization's contracts. And that's important because according to legal standards and case law around programs that use race or gender-based measures, a substantial disparity is taken as an inference of discrimination against a particular group and often serves for support for the continued use or use of race or gender-based contracting inclusion measures. So we pay close attention to which groups exhibit substantial disparities. So let's look at the results for all city contracts considered together that we included in our study, and separately for white women and minority-owned businesses. So in both cases, we showed substantial disparities for that group. So white women-owned businesses had a disparity index of 46. In other words, they are receiving 46 cents for every $1 we'd expect them to be available for. Minority-owned businesses, their outcomes were a bit worse, so they actually received only 18 cents for every $1 of their availability for city work. When we break down disparity indices for specific minority groups, you see a similar but consistent trend, similar and consistent trend. So all groups that we analyzed as part of the study showed substantial disparities when you consider all city contracts considered together. So in other words, their participation, by and large, isn't lining up with their availability in the marketplace. That, of course, is not the entire story, and we have lots of breakdowns in the disparity study report, but one that I wanted to highlight was related to the city's use of MBE project goals. So as Lavera mentioned, back in 2020, following the previous disparity study that we conducted in 2018, the city established a project goals program where on construction contracts worth $5 million or more, the city began setting goals as part of the award process for the participation of minority business enterprises specifically. So as a condition of award, bidders had to include in their bids subcontracting commitments with minority business enterprises, or equal to or greater than whatever goal the city set, or they had to show genuine good faith efforts. They tried to meet the goal but failed to do so. So this is considered a race-based contracting inclusion measure. There's decades of precedent for organizations using programs like this as long as they meet relevant legal standards and are narrowly tailored to the needs of the marketplace, which is what comes out of a disparity study. So we wanted to look at disparity analysis results separately for contracts that the city awarded with the use of MBE goals and similar contracts that they awarded without the use of the goals to measure the effectiveness of the city's goals program. One other aspect to these goals that are worth noting is that I know I said that our analyses are based on local businesses. This is the one exception. So the city uses SWAM certification as part of determining which businesses might be eligible to participate in the goals program. SWAM certification applies to all minority and women-owned businesses, small businesses, regardless of their location. So for example, BBC, which is our only location is in Denver, Colorado, we're SWAM certified as a small business. It is not limited to businesses located in Virginia, and it's certainly not limited to businesses located within the Virginia marketplace. To account for that aspect of the program, we expanded our analysis of business participation to include minority and woman-owned businesses regardless of where they're located. So if they receive contracting dollars during the study period, we wanted to speak to the SWAM program in a tailored way and make an apples-to-apples comparison. So we included those minority and woman-owned businesses in our participation numbers that otherwise weren't included in the rest of our disparity study analyses. So with keeping those changes in mind, we were then in a position to compare disparity analysis results for construction contracts to which the city applied goals and large construction contracts to which the city did not set goals. So first, with these blue dots, these are outcomes when the city didn't use goals. So white woman-owned businesses had a disparity index of 53 cents. Minority-owned businesses had a disparity index of 20 cents. When you look at contracts that the city awarded with goals, you see better outcomes for both white woman-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses. I will freely admit I cannot explain the results clearly for white woman-owned businesses. They're actually not eligible for the goals program. It's an MBE goals program, so we don't have a great explanation for why they showed a benefit on those goals contracts. But focusing on minority-owned businesses, we see the benefit there as well. So when the city used MBE goals, outcomes for minority-owned businesses were better. So they had a disparity index of 20 without goals, and that went up to 46 when the city applied goals to large construction contracts. So we also looked at these results broken down by individual minority groups. And an interesting result that came out of that analysis is that the benefits of the use of goals for minority-owned businesses in particular were exclusive to Black-owned businesses. So you see an increase or better outcomes for Black-owned businesses going from 23 cents for every dollar of availability up to 84 cents for every dollar of availability. So they actually moved outside of that zone of substantial disparities, whereas you didn't see a similar effect for the other groups that we analyzed as part of the disparity study. So a number of recommendations fall out of these results, and we detail about a dozen of those in the disparity study report. Here's some of them, but again, in the spirit of time, I wanted to focus in on two of those that we thought are pretty key to the city's implementation of the SWAM program as it evolves into 2026 and moving forward. And that is their use of project goals and efforts to strengthen small business measures as part of their SWAM program, because a disproportionate number of minority and women-owned businesses are small in size. So I want to talk a little bit about, number one, how to define small businesses, but also how the city can use information from the disparity study to inform refinements it might make to some of the measures that it's using. So beginning with the use of project goals, as I mentioned, the city sets, or previously set, the program actually sunset last summer, goals, MB participation goals on construction contracts worth $5 million or more. Based on disparity study results, we think that the city could re-implement an expanded version of its project goals program. So first, we think that women-owned businesses should also be involved and eligible for project goals. So based on disparity study results, especially when you look at those contracts that the city awarded without the use of race or gender-based goals, you see substantial disparities for all the groups that we considered. That is support for the use of not only, or the continued use of project goals for MBEs, but also implementing or introducing WB goals, or Woman Business Enterprise goals, that would be separate from the MBE goal, but in the same way, the city could set them as a condition of award when awarding particular contracts. We also think that because, and I didn't show these data, there are substantial disparities for these groups across the board for different industries as well, that the city could expand its use to project goals to more industries. So architecture and engineering, professional services, both of which have subcontracting opportunities. Those seem like appropriate expansions of the project goals program as well. And then finally, the city has set a pretty large and conservative threshold for considering the use of project goals at $5 million. Our research shows, and our analyses of the city's contracting shows, that there are plenty of subcontracting opportunities on projects that are worth less than $5 million, and the city could certainly consider that information and consider expanding its program to include smaller contracts and smaller projects when it's making the decision to set a project goal. And then obviously all of this, we're also suggesting that the city consider reinstituting its project goals program, which, as I mentioned, sunset last summer. Another recommendation or set of recommendations we make is around a small business enterprise program and strengthening the city's use of program measures that are designed to encourage the participation of all small businesses, regardless of the race or ethnicity or veteran status of their owners. There's a lot of information in the disparity study that will allow the city to develop an SBE program that is tailored specifically to the Virginia Beach marketplace. So we have information on primary lines of work of businesses that are interested and available for city work, their sizes, their capacity, whether they work as prime contractors or subcontractors. The city can use all of that information and build a data-driven program that's specific to the needs of the businesses that need the most support in the marketplace, many of which are minority and woman-owned. We also strongly suggest the city consider a tiered certification classification system. So as an example, SWAM certification at the state level, the Commonwealth's program, if you make $10 million a year as a business, or you have 250 employees, you're eligible to certify as a small business enterprise. Our analysis shows that when you use those standards, almost all businesses that are available for city work would qualify as a small business. In our view, we think there's a better, more tailored way where rather than using a one-size-fits-all certification standard for small businesses and using such an inclusive definition of small businesses, ironically, we think it should probably be a bit less inclusive and account for the fact that small businesses are not all the same. So when we look at the businesses available for city work in particular, we found that 80% of those businesses actually make $3 million or less each year, and 50% of those businesses actually make $1 million or less. There are lots of examples of organizations who use a certification system that accounts for the fact that small businesses aren't all of the same size and likely have different needs. So if you're a business that makes $500,000 a year, you're just starting out, the needs that you have to be sustainably successful in the future are presumably quite different than a business that makes $9 million a year. And yet most programs lump them together as sort of small businesses without sort of acknowledging the fact that maybe they need different types of support. So we're suggesting, just given the results of the disparity study and some of our analyses, that the city could take advantage of that information and really just build a stronger set of small business measures. I guess I covered that third point as well. So I do want to thank you for the time that you've given us here today, and I want to leave any remaining time for additional questions that anyone might have.
Okay, questions, Stacy?
Thank you for that. I find this fascinating. I have just a question about, you talk about adding women to the study. Okay, so what happens when you have because I guess one of the charts breaks out white women. What happens when you have a minority woman contractor? Do they get counted twice? Do they get counted only as minority? How do they get counted?
That's a great question. Usually the way that works is they don't get counted twice, although they can in reporting and so forth. But in terms of if you have project goals and a contractor wants to meet those goals, minority women-owned businesses can be certified both as woman-owned businesses or minority-owned businesses. But the contractor, in submitting their bid, has to make a choice. Are you using this business to fulfill this WBE goal, or are you using the business to fulfill the MBE goal, but not both? So that's usually the most common way to treat that. But minority woman-owned businesses would still be able to become certified as both.
Thank you.
Of course.
Anybody else at this point? Yeah, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious about the SBE recommendation and how that fits into what the Hive offers for like the Accelerate programs and the different kinds of activities that are taking place, how we can either, I guess, boost that, or is this something different?
So how it relates to what we do right now is within the Hive, we have various workshops that we participate in, and it's actually geared towards growth and development. That's where this would come into play. we use the state's certification. So any business that is going to be certified is going to fall under that state certification. And then what we do at the Hive is mostly based on growth and development. Does that answer your question?
This is certification.
Right.
Helping groups get certified. And then what we're doing now is once they're certified, helping them to grow and scale out what they're doing.
Correct. And I believe with his recommendation, it'll be a tiered kind of certification based on the micro business, kind of like in the size, right?
And it could apply to, programs.
Microphone.
You have to speak in the speaker, sir.
Sorry about that. It could apply to programs that the Hive uses as well, because information like that can just give more insight into what businesses need and how those needs might differ based on the size, even if they're all small businesses. And I also want to take this moment to give a shout out to the Hive. We just finished a project in Newport News as well. We hear about the Hive all the time and always in complimentary ways. So I think the city should be really proud of what the work that the Hive does, and that extends region-wide.
Okay, Patrick?
So Mr. Mayor, members of council, Lavera, the purchasing agent, will kind of give city council an overview of both the presentations and talk about the current landscape and provide the council with a recommendation as it relates to next steps, and then we'll seek, answer any questions you have thereafter. So go ahead, Lavera.
All right, so what Samir just gave you was the update to the 2025 disparity study. And what I gave you before was from the 2018 disparity study, and I talked about all of the things, how we've been meeting the goals and everything from the 2018 disparity study. But what I do want to point out are some of the different data sets that are from the 2018 study and the 2025 study. So there's some significant differences in the distinct data sets that were used within both studies. First of all, one study, the 2018 study, was 5 years of data, whereas the 2025 study was 4 years of data. Then there's a different RGMA, or what we call relevant geographic market area. The 2018 study, there were 4 cities, Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, Norfolk, and Portsmouth. And then the 2025 study were 5 cities, Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, Norfolk, Portsmouth, and then with the addition of Suffolk. In comparison of the utilization and availability data, those 2 last ones there in the comparison, when you look at those things, it's important to note that the 2018 study was conducted, the data changed with the availability, the number of available businesses that are willing and able to do business with the city. So that number increased in 2025. So there's hard to do a comparison, apples to apples comparison between the 2018 study and the 2025 study. And also want to point out some of the legal realities. The legal reality is a disparity study is required to focus on the region of that locality, which is that relevant geographical market area that we talked about. The relevant geographical market area used in the data collection for the study, again, was the 5 businesses for this year. While, for the 2025 study, I should say, while Virginia procurement law prohibits restricting competition to defined geographic areas. So what that means is Virginia law does not allow us in procurement to have a local preference. And so it emphasizes open competition in procurement. So we do want to point that out, those 2 differences as well, as you can see, a disparity study versus the Virginia law. And then want to talk about a little bit about our program success. I did go over some of the numbers, and I did tell you that in fiscal years 22, 23, and 24, we had exceeded those numbers. And this graph right here shows you that our SWAM procurement programs has exceeded those aspirational goals for awards and spend in 2022, 2023, and 2024. And so with that 2018 study for the past, 3 consecutive years, and I will say that when I say those goals, minority-owned businesses had a 12% goal for participation in city contracting. Women-owned businesses had a 13.3% goal, and then service-disabled veteran-owned businesses had an 11.9% goal as well. And then when we look at the program status, So what we're seeing, based on the current legal landscape of our federal government, we've found some localities have implemented small business programs, which are race and gender neutral programs. We've also noted that the Commonwealth of Virginia recently completed a study at the state level. To date, they have not taken any action with that study. So our recommendation would be taking the lead from the Commonwealth of Virginia. The recommendation is to wait until the state has taken action. As you know, Virginia is a Dillon Rule state. Localities are required to follow state practices. That is our recommendation. And at this point, we will take any questions from myself or Samir.
Okay, if I could start off, before I became mayor, I had the honor to be the liaison to the Minority Business Council for 14 years. And Lavera, I'll tell you, you have been a stalwart champion and just provided the necessary tools and, the demeanor, and, you're to be complimented because we have made significant progress over the years. And I mean significant. Even when we got the study back a number of years ago, we were taken back by the numbers, but correct me if I'm wrong, but we were doing a lot better than a lot of other cities and even the state.
That's correct.
That is correct. And, in a way, you became the gold standard where other cities were coming to you to figure out how to do stuff, correct?
They were coming to us, yes.
Yeah, and I remember the vice mayor of Charlottesville came and spent a whole day with us because their minority participation was abysmal. And but once again, I think if you remember back then, wasn't part of this, we actually contracted with Hampton University, to do an analysis. It cost us $50,000. And they found out that a lot of the reasons people were not getting to work was capacity. And then we went ahead, even back then, I believe it was even before the disparity study, started a Contractors Institute, that we had. And we had WM Jordan and a whole bunch of other major employers, come and explain how to do the paperwork and things of that nature. We lowered the bond requirement. It was a really excessive bond. But to deal with the capacity, didn't we allow, groups to come together and kind of bundle their applications to get around the capacity?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So we have been, extremely proactive, for quite a while. And once again, I think we all should be proud. There's always going to be work to do in this area. We are the gold standard, on how to do it. Anybody else at this point?
I just want to verify what you're saying, because I remember bringing the young man from Hampton for what we did, that whole program you just mentioned.
Charlottesville.
Yeah, no, not only that.
And Hampton
The
too.
Hampton Institute.
And a
gave
couple
them
other
the-
ones.
the
Oh, yeah.
50,000.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you're talking about Bill Thomas.
Bill Thomas.
Yeah, from Hampton University, yep.
Have been, on this journey for a little while. I'm just kind of validating some of what you're saying, because I was here when that happened, 50,000. So we have done a lot of work in there. And again, you guys sitting there with us. And one person we didn't mention, after I was off council for a little bit, we had a strong person involved in that. He didn't call his name out, but I will, and that's Michael. He went with that marsh, right? Down there. So
Okay.
council people in different ways have been trying to help.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
No, but I'll tell you what, I think we, really have a lot to be proud of. And let me just say, in dealing with the Minority Business Council, there has been, let me talk about the participants. There has been a seamless continuum of excellence in the leadership and the participation of everybody. And if you haven't had a chance, and I invite everybody in the office, when's the expo, November?
November, yes, sir.
Get a chance, go to the expo, and you will see hundreds of people there participating, and they're going to have all types of vendors. and things there, and they usually bring in a keynote speaker
Yes.
that really walks the walk. So, once again, you have a lot to be proud of, and you have made us proud. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll be moving on. Colleagues, with your permission, I'm going to make a statement. As you know, we did encounter, a logistical challenge, with the upcoming, vote on the golf course. And I'd just like to read a statement, to state a position and, for also clarification. The proposed sale of the golf course represents a pivotal moment for Virginia Beach, one that aligns strategic land use with the city's long-term priorities and directly supports the needs of our residents, including our military community. As we move toward the public hearing and vote on August 11th, it's important to underscore that both the thoughtful process that has led us here and the value the decision can potentially bring to the city. The decision to delay the August 12th the vote to August 11th allows more time for the public to express their opinion before a major decision is made by council. It ensures that all questions can be fully addressed and the public will have the opportunity to clearly understand the proposal before we take our action. Over several years after receiving multiple unsolicited proposals, the City Council has participated in 8 closed session briefings on whether it is best to sell the golf course. All council members were present at least 7 times for those meetings. When these briefings were focused on ensuring any redevelopment aligns with community needs, fiscal responsibility, and citywide priorities. The number of briefings discussions on this topic demonstrates the seriousness of which council has evaluated both the sale and the potential benefits. More importantly, discussions around the need for affordable housing have not emerged suddenly. They have been deliberate, ongoing, and central to council's vision since in September of 2023 council retreat. Affordable housing has repeatedly surfaced as one of Virginia Beach's most critical needs. The city's 224 housing study clearly identifies a shortage of attainable housing options for our workforce and military members, with vital threats in the community fabric. Ensuring these families have safe, affordable, attainable places to live that strengthens our economy, supports military readiness, and helps retain the talent that contributes to Virginia Beach's vibrancy. The sale of the golf course offers an opportunity to respond directly to the realities confronting the city. By unlocking land that can be used more strategically, the city can partner with responsible developers to expand housing options, meet documented demand, and remove a significant capital expense off our books, provide new tax revenues, and reinforce our commitment to supporting service members and residents who are so essential to our community. This decision is not simply a transaction. It's a strategic investment in Virginia Beach's future. The thoughtful deliberation, repeated briefings, and intentional alignment with community needs demonstrate the city's dedication to ensuring that this project strengthens our neighborhoods, supports our residents, and reflects the values that we share. Okay, any other comment? Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could change the subject.
You sure can.
Thank you. I have a couple of things. The first one is that I think we all have a letter at our seats that was prepared by Brent McKenzie, the director of the Legislative Affairs Liaison for the city. If I got the title a little wrong, I'm sorry, Brent. Is Brent here?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe, would you? Yeah, would you mind, maybe coming up so that you can sort of describe the question, if you don't mind? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I don't think you're exactly on the spot.
Yeah, Mayor, you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
The Bureau of Energy Management received a request related to consideration of leasing of federal waters off Virginia for seabed mining for, I think, what's known as rare earth minerals. And there's a 30-day public comment period that I think is coming close to ending. And we just learned about this request. So what a variety of folks in the community have asked, including Lynn Haven River Now and other environmental organizations, as well as a number of other citizens, is that Virginia Beach make a request to the Bureau that we extend that comment period to allow for further participation. You have a draft letter that also includes the city's opposition to that mining, which I'm happy to support. I do think we need to learn more about this particular application and what seabed mining entails and what minerals they're looking for and why. But Virginia Beach has taken an oppositional position to offshore drilling and to uranium mining in other parts of the state. And so I think an opposition to this would be in concert, would be in alignment with the previous positions that councils have taken, in particular because there are some essential features related to the city of Virginia Beach, including tourism, including the military, the Navy, the operations that occur offshore, the emerging offshore wind enterprise that's occurring there, our environment and ecology that, from everything I've been able to glean, seabed mining would interrupt and potentially threaten. And so my request is that we are able to come together as a body to request that Mr. McKenzie convey this position on behalf of the council and on behalf of the city. Do you have any?
I think you encompassed the subject very well there, sir.
Yes, Patrick.
So, Mr. Mayor, if council doesn't mind, we can pen a letter, and then, Mr. Mayor, if you don't object, we can send it with your signature on behalf of the city. Is that okay?
Let's go. Let's do it.
So we're just asking for more time to study it. Is that right?
And deeper dive into what's proposed.
Well, the letter starts with an expression of opposition, and I'm comfortable with that. Others may want more time. I see it as really no different from the other positions that we've taken.
Well, I need to know more.
Yeah.
I need to know more. And we talked on the phone about this. I support more time so that we can learn more. And maybe we should have a briefing on it. But right now, I don't want to say yay or nay because I, frankly, don't have enough information.
Well, and I respect that position. I think it's reasonable to say certainly that we would express opposition until that comment period is extended. But I'll leave it to the body if anyone has anyone else to say. I'm comfortable with either. My preference is that it would be in alignment with the positions that have been taken previously.
Okay, Josh.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree with what you just said, Councilman, that my inclination is just, would be to oppose any such mining. But I don't, in the absence of an extension, my understanding is, and from speaking with folks, including a couple from Lynn Haven River Now who have been looking at this issue very closely, it wouldn't be out of the realm of ordinary to expect that extension be granted because they routinely are. I would prefer opposition to going forward absent an extension, but again, that's just my own preference.
Amelia?
Who all are benefiting from on this? Because I keep reading through. Who are the people? Anyone has any answer to that? Who are the beneficiaries of having to do something like this?
If they allow drilling.
If they allow this, yeah. I don't even see the water.
I mean, some would say the defense industry, some would say national defense, some would say mining industry, you know, but there's also negatives, as Mr. Bellucci pointed out as well, that it can have for the environment and the sea, you know, so there's multiple perspectives on either side of this, council member.
Thank you.
Yeah, but once again, I concur with Michael, but once again, I think we have to have a strong reason for opposition. And if we get the background on it, I think we can embolden our case. Is it possible to get some tertiary information back by the time we reconvene on August 11th?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, the 30-day comment period will have closed by the time we come together again. However, I'm sure we can put together some more information for you and get that to you. And in the meantime, if you would prefer, we can do the opposition based on the limited time period. And then, you know, if they extend that time period, we can come back with additional comments. And my understanding also as well, and this is certainly not an area of expertise for me, but my understanding is the next steps, even if they decide to move forward with this, it would open up some sort of environmental impact study. Okay. And that typically, and I don't know if that would be the case here, but that typically includes additional comment periods. And so there's some risk there that if they move forward, like anything else, but there's certainly, I think, multiple options here.
Okay, Stacy.
So if I could suggest the wording that we have serious concerns about this operation. We would like more time to study it. We'd like to extend it to a 60-day period so that we could do further investigation. In the absence of the ability to do more investigation, then we would have to be opposed because.
You okay with that, Mark?
I'm great with that.
Okay, let's do that.
You okay with that, Vice Mayor?
All right, so Brent, you got,
I've got what I need.
you got what you need, okay, cool. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Okay, anybody else?
Sorry, just one more. Last weekend, the historic Kempsville area kayak launch opened, and that's in District 1, and Councilmember Hutchison isn't here. I know I'm sure he would be sharing this, but in his absence, I just wanted to note that I told there were more than 55 volunteers who picked up more than 800 pounds of trash as part of that opening and launch. I think that says something about some of the challenges that we have with pollution and the environment, but it's also, I think, great to know that people were out there and enjoying the Elizabeth River, and that they have a new kayak launch in the Kempsville area to enjoy and be outside, and that more than 55 people participated in that, I think is a really great thing. So thank you. And thanks to all involved.
Anybody else at this point? Okay, let's go to, yeah, send it in, Stacy.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge a guest that I brought with me today, a young man by the name of Zachary Bennett. He's a high school student at Green Run Collegiate. He'll be a senior, and he asked to job shadow me today, so he's been here. I met him at the Central Business District Association luncheon, and he's just been a fantastic young man, and he agreed to stick with me all day and all night. So hopefully I've fed you enough.
Place in heaven.
So thank you very much for being here. I've enjoyed spending the day with you.
Okay, Stacy.
I just want to follow up on, I had the opportunity to speak about my concern with housing in the city earlier, which was, I didn't expect to. But there was an article, letter to the editor, or a editorial that was written in yesterday's Virginia Pilot that I think really addresses the nation, not only the nationwide housing crisis, but the statewide housing crisis, and what we need to do as a city to just loosen up the reins and make more housing available at all different stratas of the economic scale. So I just brought a copy for everybody, peruse it. But I think we're, for the most part, we're of like mind, as was demonstrated through our initiatives that were talked about earlier. But I just found this to be a very concise and enlightening article. So
Okay, thanks for doing that.
pass it around so you can.
Anybody else? Okay, at this point, let's go to the.
I do have one thing to say. On Sunday, I was over at Queen City, which is one of our historic African-American neighborhoods, and we celebrated a 100-year-old man, and he's also a musician, one of the Buffalo Riders. It's amazing. He was sitting there, and his group started the music, and before I knew, up he was, moving, just to show you the impact of the arts and the music. He forgot he was sitting down in his chair, and he was up, moving, and, but they were really happy the city honored him. And his name was Mr. Purcell Beal. So I told him he could be honorary Percy Beal on behalf of the city for a day, and he was just as happy.
Oh,
So
that's
I wanted
really
to
cool.
share that with you.
Okay, anybody else at this point?
Right.
All right, let's go to agenda review.
Okay, under orders and resolutions, we are pulling number 3.
And we can pull number 1, we'll hear it outside.
You want to pull number 1? Okay. Issues or concerns about the other items?
Pulling 3 and 1.
Black Street one?
Planning.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a separate, let me explain, it's gonna be a separate vote, because if we pass it, there will be a presentation and an award giving.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, number 1, there are speakers under planning. Number 2, the City of Virginia Beach 3 Zone R75 Residence District 51. This is in District 5. I'm not only fine with it, I'm very happy about it. Everybody okay with that? We are turning something into preservation. Number 3, Craig and April Dean, and that's in District 6.
Consent agenda, please.
Number 4, Craig and April Dean, District 6.
So for 4 and some others here after this, move for, or I'm going to ask for a denial, consent agenda for a denial unless the applicant is here, or how do we do that?
So, I'm not sure if the applicant has signed up at this point. They were at planning commission, so I would expect them to be here, so most likely it would be pulled, because we do have a speaker.
Speaker?
Opposed.
One
speaker, but if the applicant signs up, then that would be 2 speakers.
You're recommending denial?
Yes, and if you all want to know now or on the dais, I'm happy to talk.
Number 5, Adarsh John.
Denial as well.
So we're pulling that one as well. 4, 5, and 6 have speakers.
And
Well, 1 speaker, but the applicant asked them to be here.
6, same thing, denial?
Denial.
I guess we're pulling that one too. Okay, that's it.
Okay, at this point, the chair will entertain a motion to recess and take closed session pursuant to the exemptions from open meeting allowed by section 2.23711A Code of Virginia as amended for the following purposes. Personal matters, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of the public body pursuant to section 2.23711A1, and that's council appointments for boards, commissions, committees, authorities, agencies, and appointees. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Councilor Berluci?
Aye.
Councilor Cummings?
Aye.
Councilor Henley? Councilor Jackson Green?
Aye.
Councilor Remick?
Aye.
Councilor Ross Hammond?
Aye.
Councilor Rouse? Aye. Councilor Schulman?
Aye.
Councilor Wilson?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
10-0.
We are recessed into closed.
So if you
Welcome all. I'm going to call this meeting to order, and if you're willing and able to stand for the invocation, please. Heavenly Father, you are always with us and beside us. Be with us this evening as we consider the affairs of our great city. Give us the patience to listen, the wisdom to decide, and the strength to act. Amen. And if we may have a moment of silence for all those who paid the ultimate price to keep our city and our nation safe. Okay, Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have a roll call? Oh, there's the Madam Clerk. She's getting her steps in.
I apologize. All present, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion for the certification of the closed session?
So moved. Second.
1 second. The vote is open. I apologize.
Thank you. We're good.
Vice Mayor Wilson, may I have your vote?
Aye.
Can you? We can't close it, can we? Yeah, we have to. Okay, can't do it. She has to push it. Vice Mayor Wilson, can you press your button?
Excuse me?
Could you press your button? We can't close the vote.
I can't hear you.
Press the button. Push it. No, right up. Use your finger.
I said aye.
Just cancel it. By a vote of 11-0, Vice Mayor Wilson's verbal aye, you have certified the closed session being in accordance with the motion to recess.
Okay, thank you. Before we get to the consent agenda, I understand that maybe some speakers on the consent, so I'm going to go ahead and read the speaker's policy. I want to remind everyone that the City Council speaker policy that allows certain representatives of group to speak for 10 minutes applies only to planning items. All other speakers, whether speaking individually on behalf of a group, will have up to 3 minutes to speak on a single item. Speakers are reminded that comments during the formal session of the meeting must be limited to the subject of the item that is being considered by the council at the time. Finally, I call upon all speakers and all persons in the chamber to be civil in their discussion and decorum. Whatever views you have and wish to express, the City Council wants to hear from you and to ensure that all viewpoints and all persons are respected. The best way to do this is for us to strive for civility and respect. Okay. Do we have any speakers on consent items?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, then you can do the consent.
Okay, under ordinance and resolutions, number 2 is the ordinance to amend City Council Section 10-1 to amend the Princess Anne Area Library as a location for absentee voting and remove the Meyer Obendorf Central Library location for absentee voting and in-person voting requested by the local electoral board. Number 4 is the ordinance to ratify amendments to the bylaws of the Parks and Recreation Commission. Number 5 is the ordinance to appropriate $300,000 from the fund balance of the police, federal, and state seized assets, special revenue fund to the FY 2026-27 Police Department operating budget for a $15,000 donation to the Virginia Beach Recovery Court and $5,000 to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund in honor of our fallen officers Christopher Reese and Cameron Irvin.
I open the public hearing on planning.
Number 2 is the City of Virginia Beach to
Into the microphone, we can't hear.
I'll try better, okay? How's that? City of Virginia Beach to rezone R-7.5 residential district to P1 preservation district at vacant parcel on Upton Drive directly north of 1088 Nemo Parkway, and that is in District 5. Number 3 is the Craig and April Craig Dean for a conditional use permit, or a short-term rental at 404 21st Unit A, District 6. And I believe that is it, Mr. Mayor. Move for approval.
Okay, any other discussion? Let's open the vote.
Mayor, we need a second. Jennifer. The vote is open. By a vote of 11-0, you have approved the consent agenda as read by Vice Mayor Wilson.
Okay, thank you. And at this point, the council always enjoys honoring people that deserve honor. Can Blackstreet P please come to the podium? Swear to God, Jersey, yeah. Yeah. Just stand on the other side of the podium for now. You know, I tell you, it's an honor to have you gentlemen here and to honor you. And, let me just tell a little story. A number of years ago, Pharrell Williams, a native son of ours, was being interviewed. And he was asked, how comes there are so many Grammy winners in this whole area? And then he said, there's got to be something in the water because we got quite a few. But you were the one that really helped start going, got the creative culture going, and we say, God bless you. So I'm now going to ask my friend and colleague, Amelia Ross Hammond, to read the resolution.
Hot diggity. Whereas Blackstreet is one of the top Grammy Award-winning vocal groups of the 90s, whose current members include Chauncey Black Hannibal, good, Levi Little, Mark Middleton, Eric Williams, and former members Joseph Stonetree, Teddy Riley, Dave Hollister, and Terrell Phillips. And whereas Blackstreet began in Virginia Beach, recording their debut album, Blackstreet, 1993 to 1994, along with subsequent albums, Another Level, 1996, finally 1999, Level 2, 2003, and are currently back in the studio, recording their 5th album, solidifying the city in the band street in their history and future. And whereas Blackstreet played a central role in defining the R&B and hip-hop crossover era, helping reshape the sound of Main Street music at a critical moment in its evolution. Their influence continues to be reflected across generations of artists
and remains embedded in today's global music landscape. And whereas their debut album featured 4 top 40 songs, with the second album featuring No Diddy, which was #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 in November 1996. And whereas Blackstreet won the Grammy Award for Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group with Vocals in 1998, and whereas Blackstreet represents more than a successful recording band, they are globally recognized for their music by shaping the soundscape of a generation and continue to be a worldwide success to this day. Blackstreet is not only a pioneer of R&B, but is one of the most important forces in modern music. Whereas in recognition of all that Blackstreet has accomplished, in appreciation for the music that is loved around the world and created here in Virginia Beach. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the City Council hereby designate Beachley Drive in honor of Blackstreet, and hereby directs the city manager to cause signage in honor of Blackstreet to be placed on Beachley Drive, given by the Council of the City of Virginia, Virginia Beach, Virginia, the 14th day of July 2026, and present this resolution duly signed by each member of the Virginia Beach City Council. You know the expression.
Anybody want to come down?
You have to vote on it.
We gotta vote on it. Oh, yeah. All right, we just gotta vote on it real quick. We gotta make it official.
I think you got support, though.
I don't think we got a problem with this, guys. Okay, do we have a motion?
Second.
Any discussion? Let's vote.
1 second, please.
This makes it all legal. Good stuff.
The vote is open.
Oh, thank you. My bad on that, Madam Clerk.
By a vote of 11 to 0, you've approved the resolution.
All righty.
We can go. Stand on the side. Stand here. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia Beach.
Strong.
I will be here. Shameless photo. This is real paparazzi. Okay, gentlemen, say some words. Go ahead and go ahead.
First of all, I would like to say I would never have thought 30 plus years later that this would be happening for Black Street. You know what I mean? Teddy and I started this, back in 92 when we moved down here. I stayed right at Ashbrook Apartments, right next to Beasley. So it's an amazing accomplishment, and Virginia Beach has always been great to us. And we give you guys all the thank you, you know what I mean? Mayor Bobby, let me tell you, this guy is my brother, you know what I mean, for real, from another mother, and let's give him another 10 years if possible.
And Chauncey, why don't you mention what you're going to be doing in Los Angeles next year?
Oh, yes. So, you know, we getting this Hollywood Walk of Fame star. And, you know, yes. So it's a lot of things happening. We have a great brand new album coming out as well. And you know what I mean? And then what we're going to do, too, once we do the ceremony, we're going to put a show around that and give it all back to Virginia Beach. You know what I mean? For the fans. So anybody want to come and see Hot Diggity, No Diggity, come on down and enjoy that. And again, thank you so much, Virginia Beach. And we give God all of the glory, because without him, we are nothing.
And one thing last, I have to say, we're so proud that you are part of District 4. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
And Chauncey, didn't you cut the record, some of it, right in Virginia Beach that's coming out?
Absolutely. We cut all.
Oh, please talk into the mic.
Absolutely. We cut the whole album here in Virginia Beach.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
God bless you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Bill.
Okay, thank you. That was kind of cool, wasn't it? My goodness. Hey, we'll just hold a minute here, folks. Good stuff.
That's part of the night.
Okay, thank you all for your indulgence, and now we'll move on. The item number 3, ordinance to declare 300 plus or minus acres of city-owned property at 2500 Tournament Drive to be in excess of city's needs, and approve the term sheet for the redevelopment of the Virginia Beach National Golf Course, and authorize the city manager to enter into a purchase and develop agreement with Dragus Associates, Incorporated, the sale and development of the property. Call the speakers, please.
The first speaker is Robert Valentine. After Mr. Valentine is Teresa Chadwick.
Good evening. I am Rob Valentine. I'm a retired captain of Virginia Beach Fire Department of 25 years, Master Sergeant, U.S. Air Force, retired of 26 years, and a successful business owner. Vice Mayor Wilson, I just want to understand the business model that you say is a win-win on this Dragus deal. A business model is a company's blueprint for how it creates and captures value, and how you make money from it. A solid business model ensures financial sustainability by mapping out your target audience, revenue streams, and of course, cost structure. Your current business model gives the buyer, Dragus, their money back, gives them more money for improvement, infrastructure, and other contingency monies. With the requirements of the term sheet, it's about $36 million of our money. Using this business model as a real estate agent, would you sell a home to a buyer, return their money, give additional money for repairs or improvements, and the seller gets nothing? Using this logic, I'm sure you would not survive that business. In your business, whether it's selling cars or in the law firm, is that the business model that you would use? Give your sales and profit back to the customer? Of course not. So why are we using our money on a failed business model strategy? April 21st, 2026, Public Works gave you a presentation concerning roadway projects. Currently, there are roadway projects in progress that are not fully funded, totaling $420 million. Also, projects that are on the hold due to lack of funding of $116 million. How much is that? $536 million, but we're giving away $36 million to Dragus. On July 6th, Council received a letter from the Transition Area Interfacility Area Citizens Advisory Committee, and it specifically addresses the proposal from Dragus. After lengthy discussion, it states, quote, "We recommend that the proposal is denied further consideration by City Council." The letter goes on to say, regarding the VBN proposal, that they sent a letter on January 7th, 2026, outlining the reasons to retain this direct ownership of VBN reserve and preserve its existing design. It is a valuable asset, quote, "worthy of preservation, maintaining as a city-owned amenity without the intrusion of dense development in its vicinity." They also remind you that this proposal is in direct conflict with your imagined VB 2040. It's the comprehensive plan that this City Council recently adopted. VB 2040 contains 6 big ideas, but this proposal development is counter to 4 of the big 6. Have any of you ever toured the golf course? Have you actually gone out to see what they call degradation of the course, the overgrown waste traps, the cart paths that are deteriorating that the economic development has told you? I urge you to schedule a tour with me. See it for yourself. You owe it to all of us. You received an email from me this afternoon. Read it, ask for a tour. Thank you.
Next speaker. The next speaker is Teresa Chadwick. After Ms. Chadwick is Usha Elliswapu.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wilson, and members of council. My name is Teresa Chadwick, and I've lived in Diamond Lake Estates in District 4 for 58 years. And while I currently serve as the Vice Chair of the Virginia Beach Tea Party, tonight I am speaking as one of our Virginia Beach citizens and a taxpayer. I appreciate the decision to defer the proposed development of Virginia Beach National Golf Club and the Dragus proposal. However, I'm still deeply concerned about how this process has unfolded. When major decisions appeared to have been discussed behind closed doors before the public was fully informed, it damages trust. For nearly 2 years, these discussions reportedly took place between the developer, members of council, the city attorney's office, and the city manager's office, while the affected residents and even our District 2 council member were left out. And that's just not acceptable. The citizens of Virginia Beach deserve full transparency about what has been discussed, what commitments have been made, and what studies have been completed regarding density, traffic, infrastructure, environmental impacts, and public safety. Speaking of which, Saturday morning, there was a very bad accident just up here on Lansdowne Road. That's something to consider here. Virginia Beach National is also home to federally protected bald eagles, and their habitat must be protected. The issue is about more than one development. I urge you to remember that trust is earned through openness, accountability, and listening to the people you represent. And let's remember that some of you are up for re-election in November. Please use this deferral to engage the public honestly, answer the questions that have been raised, and ensure any future action reflects the will of the citizens of Virginia Beach. Thank you.
The next speaker is Usha Elliswapu. After Ms. Elliswapu is Venkat Elliswapu.
Good evening, council members. I'm here to oppose the Dragus proposal. Stop this handout of $20 million of our money to Dragus. You have money to dole out to rich developers, but meanwhile, Indian River Road has been on the CIP list and it doesn't get funded. Pungo Ferry Road has been on the CIP list for decades. Councilman Shulman and Councilman Remick, you were there at the presentation last week. And only recently did Pungo Ferry Road get moved to the flood protection program to get some funding. Even now, it won't be completed until 2032 in the best case scenario. Pongo Ferry Road, let me tell you a little bit about it. It connects Princess Anne Road with Blackwater Road in the rural southern part of Virginia Beach. 5,000 vehicles cross it every day. Children use it to get to school. It is critical for emergency vehicles to get to those residents, and it's important for the hurricane evacuation. However, it gets flooded even with a little rain, even on a sunny day when the winds push up the water. In the last 8 years, it had to be shut down completely for 31 times, just in the last 8 years. And when it is closed, kids cannot get to school on that road. They have to do a detour and travel 40 miles to get to school and home. Mayor Dyer, you always say that Virginia Beach is a caring city, that we are one big family. Does that include these folks living here? Are they part of this family? Or are they just stepchildren or maybe orphans? Why do they have to wait for decades to get their roads fixed? Meanwhile, you readily gave $25 million to Cavalier Hotel, another $25 million to build Hoodam Way, which was a private road for just 2 businesses, and this list goes on. And it takes away money that could have gone to fix our roads, our sewers, which is really the responsibility of the city. And you certainly didn't have funding for Indian River Road, not for Pongo Ferry Road, all these decades. And these folks who live in Pongo and in Blackwater, they work hard to produce food, to put it on your tables. And these voiceless, faceless, poor farmers, they rely on you, the elected officials, to do the right thing. They don't dress up in suits and hobnob in country clubs with wealthy men like you, Mr. Cummings. They don't have money to give to political campaigns and influence outcomes. Please get your priorities right. Don't give our money to the rich draggers lady. Think about that poor little girl who's taking a 40-mile detour because the only road that connects her home to school is flooded. And that should be your priority. Thank you.
The next speaker is Venkat Elliswapu. After Mr. Elliswapu is Amanda Willoughby.
It's tough to follow that. Well, you recall I was here last week, and we had a little bit of a discussion with one of the council members, and I had a few follow-up questions. So I sent him an email with a lot of my questions, but I didn't get any answers. So I'm going to repeat all my questions today, and I'm going to read out my email to him, so everybody will know what I asked. Honorable Cummings, let us continue our discussion from Tuesday night. We had to stop because of time constraints. You can enlighten me with your logic. I have a few questions for you. When people move from Kempsville to this development, will there be 660 vacant homes there now? Or will there be 660 empty housing units somewhere else? If there's no net addition of people to Virginia Beach because of this development, how does the city collect additional $3.4 million in tax revenues? If we assume we'll have empty houses somewhere, where is the housing shortage? Is there no incremental cost of city services from 1,300 people moving here? Is everything a fixed cost? By the way, thank you so much for schooling me in the difference between fixed costs and variable costs. To be clear, I assume only half of the average city costs of $6,200 or $3,100 as marginal costs. You don't like it? What's your estimate? The city is assuming zero in its financial projections. In your expert opinion, that's reasonable? I would appreciate answers from you. In the interest of full transparency, I'm copying Rick Boyles, VBCCO Chair, John Doucette from WHRO, and Chris Taylor, your opponent. So I look forward to hearing from you and enlightening me. Go for it.
Okay. The next speaker is Amanda Willoughby.
I'm just going to say that I did respond to you on July the 9th.
You did not answer my questions.
I did respond to you and said that I was willing to meet with you in person.
No, you just said that you were glad that
Please, one at a time speak. I will let you speak. Stacy?
I emailed you back, said I'm willing to meet with you and discuss your questions in person. And I sent that to you and replied to everybody that you sent that email to, and you did not respond.
No, you need
Okay, folks, please. Okay, no, please sit down.
But the way that this works is this is a public speaking.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're out of order.
Meeting according to Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay.
Out of order. You cannot.
Okay, please sit down.
The next speaker is Amanda Willoughby.
Okay, please, folks.
After Miss Willoughby is Waverly Woods.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Dyer and members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Amanda Willoughby, and I don't have a fancy law degree or a finance degree. I don't have extra zeros piled up in my bank account. What I do have is 32 years here as a Virginia Beach resident, 3 children growing up here, a career here, and the privilege of serving my neighborhood Civic League. I personally have a lot invested in the city and its future. Many residents have already shared concerns about how this Virginia Beach National deal came together, so I won't repeat them, although it's worth mentioning that the number of those concerns are growing. But I do want to talk about what bothered me most, the lack of respect shown throughout this process. Last week, we heard public comment that Virginia Beach National somehow wasn't a desirable venue, yet for years it's hosted city retirements, luncheons, dinners, golf tournaments, and countless community events, all attended by city officials. It's been good enough for our city and our residents for many years. We also heard comments and saw photos that criticized the condition of the course, which felt like a slap in the face to the employees, many of whom are residents of our city that worked hard to maintain a top-notch property with the resources that they had available. A property that ironically was recognized as one of the best public courses in Virginia by Golf Digest in 2023. But what brought me here tonight is not just the deal itself. It's the disappointment I feel watching people who have been elected to make Virginia Beach better seemingly overlook the very values that they promised to uphold. Integrity, accountability, and transparency. Those words are the foundation of public trust. While I don't know if anything illegal has happened, that's not my job to decide. I can tell you as a resident, as a taxpayer, and as a person who loves the city, something about the process just doesn't feel right. When a council member like Barbara Henley can be blindsided by plans developing in our own district, residents have every right to question how those decisions were made. Leadership is not about making the easiest decision. Leadership is about doing the right thing, even when it's uncomfortable. Tonight, I'm asking you to earn that trust. Slow this process down. Listen to the people of Virginia Beach, vote no on the proposed sale to Dragus on August 11th, and give the city the opportunity to pursue a buyer willing to invest in Virginia Beach, not ask Virginia Beach to invest in them. Thank you.
The next speaker is Waverly Woods. After Miss Woods is Matthew Hamaker.
Good evening. My name is Waverly Woods, and I am the chair of the Virginia Beach Tea Party and of Virginia Freedom Caucus. I think the lack of investigation on all of this is quite prevalent. The Virginia Beach Restaurant Association does not speak for the entire city, nor does it speak for the entire restaurant community in this city regarding this meal tax, where you
have to stick.
Hold on, I'm not done finishing my explanation, and you'll see it's relevant. Wait. You'll see it's relevant, Bobby. Don't interrupt.
Please make it relevant.
I will. Just stop interrupting me and reset the clock. Reset the clock. They don't represent them because all of your private-public partnerships get performance grants where they get these tax dollars back. And I am asking the serious question of whether the members of the Virginia Beach Restaurant Association have been on the board of your Virginia Beach Development Authority. I'm also asking if they have a vetted interest, whether it's direct or indirect, with any of these private-public partnerships that you have shoved down our throat. If the answer is yes to any of that, then their proposal of a compromise is not represented by everybody in this city. That's my point, Bobby. Now, Stacy, you owe Venkat an apology for your behavior last week, whether you like that or not. And Hutchinson, you we're at the June 26th meeting, and you have no clue of how this is going to hurt our police revenue when you give them their tax dollars back, or our firefighters, and you're a fireman, or our first responders. You, at that 26th meeting, June 26, 2026, didn't even know what stormwater drainage was. That's right. Oh, I have it on record. I have it on record, and that stormwater drainage is going on at the golf course. So don't interrupt me, Bobby. You better reset that clock.
No, we're not.
And Remick, your friend told 100 people that you gave him the hot tip. Don't worry, no one thinks that Mr. Stiles over here is going to do any proper investigation. And then you got Berlucci and Bobby and Rosemary having private meetings with her long before anybody else knew. And Josh is having public town halls where he has someone edit it afterwards so that he doesn't look bad during his election cycle. And Cash, I have asked you specific questions about the arsenic that's found in the ground, and I haven't heard back from you, from the wave pool, and I haven't heard back from you yet. Here's the thing. We're not stupid. You're allowing your developer donor friends to profit off of our demise. We're not stupid, and it's not raining outside. We know the truth. Now, you've got choices, and you can kick this can down the road as far as you want, but those choices are going to be here at that next meeting, and so are we.
Okay.
The next speaker is Matthew Hamaker. After Mr. Hamaker, go ahead, sir, is Pilar Equity.
Council, my name is Matthew Hamaker. When I taught government and history, it was my job to teach my students who we should be and why we're not there yet. I taught lessons about what corruption is and why it is harmful to a functional democracy. Believe me when I'm telling you, this deal is textbook corruption. The process was corrupt because the outcome was determined before the RFP was ever issued. The outcome is corrupt because the public asset is being undervalued so a developer can make hundreds of millions of dollars of profit while the citizens get worse than nothing. We're paying them to take it from us. None of these presentations and smokescreens have been for the public's benefit. They've all been for you. Because Dragus doesn't need our votes, they need yours. I need at least 4 of you up there to acknowledge 2 possibilities. 1, there are people up there with you tonight that have lied to you, either directly or indirectly, by omission or not, to have this deal go through. 2, they have directed city staff to violate numerous codes of ethics and ignore our city's policies and procedures. To the career civil servants in this room, this city has such a high satisfaction rating because of the work you do. As a fellow career civil servant, we owe it to the people who pay us to do right by them. We are the first line of defense, and that line we must hold. Those 11 will not always be in those chairs, but the mission never leaves. Hold the line. When this deal falls through and the wheels start turning on the next one, hold the line. Trust your policies, stay on mission, and know you are not alone in this fight. If this is the type of deal the VBDA has been brokering on behalf of the public, then something is wrong with the VBDA. I will renew my call to audit the VBDA, and I know I have the backing of 2 counselors sitting up there tonight already. Councilman Cummings and Councilman Schulman were the city council liaisons to the Process Improvement Steering Committee, who gave a report on January 14th earlier this year. The first bullet point of their report was a, quote, prove cost-benefit ROI and a 25% expense reduction, end quote, for the Department of Economic Development. I call for the immediate implementation of that recommendation, and further, a commitment to strip the 16-cent cigarette tax allocation from the VBDA budget until such an analysis has been conducted by an independent entity. Do not defer this vote tonight. More time won't make this deal less corrupt. And justice delayed is justice denied. Justice demands you vote on this tonight, and you vote no.
speaker is Pilar Ekpe, and then Jeremy Wing.
Good evening to each of you. I had several speeches prepared, but before I begin, I want to address the media in the room. And I want to say that the media has portrayed a picture that is not true. We are not a city that is divided. We are not a city that is divided over this issue. There's overwhelming opposition, and those of us who are standing in opposition are VB taxpayers. We didn't get paid by Dragus. We didn't get coerced. We don't get any financial benefit from this deal going through. We are here because we wanted to sacrifice our own personal time to hold you guys to a standard that you're not holding yourselves to. Last city council meeting, city attorney Mark Stiles protested that nothing illegal occurred with regard to the Dragus proposal. Unethical? We say yes. But illegal? That remains to be seen. The closer this entire process is scrutinized by the public and the more details that come out, the worse it gets. It's not just Dragus. And it's not just those 3 city council members, it's also Worth Remick that I'm gonna bring him up. So at a town hall that was gathered Monday, July 6th at Virginia Beach Public Library, the day before the last city council meeting, this is what I and approximately 85 others heard and witnessed from Mr. Ed Augustine, whose company, Paramount Builders, was one of the 8 proposals which were rejected and not even seen by some of you. Here are Mr. Augustine's own words, and I quote, "I got the phone call saying you weren't chosen. I hadn't heard from anybody for 3 or 4 months, and maybe 30 days ago, stuff started happening, and I saw things on Facebook, and people started emailing, and I was curious because, you know, we worked hard for an entire year. We really thought we had the best plan. When I finished my term as president at the Cavalier and Golf Club, my city councilman, Worth Remick, he didn't say Worth Remick, but he lives in your district, right, Worth? Okay, my city councilman came up to me and just said, hey, I'm gonna give you an inside tip. They're getting ready to put out an RFP for the Virginia Beach Golf Course, and I know your golf course is going to be shut down for a year here at the Cavalier, and there's lots of options there. Who knows, you may wanna use the driving range. You may be interested in buying it. I was at a tennis tournament with him and we started talking about that. I hope I'm not being recorded here." End quote. I wonder why he wishes he wasn't being recorded. Why would Ed Augustine care? How would he have had a year to prepare his proposal? Because according to his own words, he got an inside tip on the impending sale of the VBNGC well over a year of the time the city council made a formal RFP. I am no lawyer, but isn't that illegal? Dragus got 16 months head start on the coveted golf course, but it appears another developer, well, I already said that. Every single offer, this should be off the table. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Jeremy Wing. After Mr. Wing is Melissa Lucasson. Oh, there she.
So I'm going to give a perspective from the desert to Chesapeake, an outsider perspective on the future of Virginia Beach National Golf Club. Good evening, Mayor, council members, fellow members of Virginia Beach taxpayers, and co-owners of the city-owned public golf course. My name is Jeremy Wing. I serve on the Virginia Beach Open Space Advisory Committee. However, I'm speaking tonight solely as a private citizen and Virginia Beach resident. The views I express are my own and do not represent the committee or the city. I tell those remarks from the desert to the Chesapeake as an outside perspective. We've heard several outside perspectives throughout this process. Mine comes from someone who proudly called Virginia Beach home for the last 3 years and who's been paying Virginia Beach taxes ever since. I also recognize that many families in Virginia Beach have roots that go back generations. I'm not here to get into ways of those traditions. I'm simply here to share that Virginia Beach looks like through the eyes of someone who chose to make it a home. Having lived through Arizona explosive growth, I feel like I'm watching Virginia Beach begin conversations that Arizona was having 20 to 30 years ago. We learned valuable lessons about balancing housing, transportation, open space, and quality of life. My hope is that Virginia Beach can learn from these experiences and make thoughtful decisions before growth gets ahead of our roads, school, public services, and the character that makes this community special. This July makes 3 years since I've lived from Scottsdale, Arizona, and made Virginia Beach my home. In those years, I actually have not been back to Arizona. My family traded the Arizona desert for real seasons, changing leaves, the Chesapeake Bay, and the Atlantic Ocean. So again, I spent more than 35 years watching golf courses, desert landscapes, and open space gradually disappearing as the developments expanded. I also opened up the JW Desert Ridge Marriott and Hotel in Arizona, which held the Faldo course and the Palmer course. But once again, once those spaces are gone, it's almost impossible to bring back. A few days before last week hearing, something had already changed in the way I looked at this community. On July 2nd, The Americas, narrated by Tom Hanks, premiered on NBC, a peacock with the 4th of July in America's 250th anniversary celebrating this year. I was excited to watch a documentary celebrating the beauty of our country. When I opened Peacock, I saw that the bald eagle featured was so prominent of the cover. Growing up in Arizona and hearing the stories from friends returning from Alaska cruise, I honestly assumed the documentary would have taken viewers to Alaska. Instead, just 13 and a half minutes into that very episode, it brought viewers to our own backyard, the Hampton Roads and Chesapeake Bay region, and highlights one of America's greatest conservation success stories, that the bald eagle right here in Chesapeake Bay. Since its premiere, more than 35 million viewers have been introduced to this remarkable region. Millions of people are seeing what families saw: the forests, the waterways, the wildlife, the Chesapeake Bay, the bald eagles. Those are things that brought my family to Virginia Beach. After last week's hearing, I met with Drew from Dragas Company because I wanted to hear his perspective. As a former First Tee student who grew up on the very golf course, he explains why he believes this project is right for them. Our conversation was...
Appreciate it.
I asked for an expanded time accommodation.
I didn't get your request.
I called it when I called and made a phone call.
I didn't talk to
You didn't get any prior notification?
When I called in and I put myself on the call list, I asked for the extra time.
Okay. Let's keep it to 3 minutes for everybody, okay?
Okay, I can shorten it up pretty quick if you want to. Okay, actually, I'll just jump right here. So, living in Arizona, I watch communities.
Sir, we're going to keep you to 3 minutes. We're going to be fair to everybody.
So, okay.
Folks, remember what I read in the speakers about civility?
The next speaker is Melissa Lucasen. After Ms. Lucasen is John Burke.
Good evening.
Good evening. Last week, I sat and listened to community members speak in opposition of the sale of public land that includes Virginia Beach National Golf Course. I noticed how many people spoke in favor of this sale were all connected to the developer, and several of them came in from out of state to sell citizens of Virginia Beach this project. I think it speaks volumes when paid actors have to be brought in to influence our elected officials. It tells me that there's so much profit to be made off of this deal that they will go to great lengths to sway our city council. Those of us paying attention realize this deal stinks, not because people are anti-development, not because people hate housing, because people know a crony deal when they see one. 342 acres of public land sold for $18 million to a developer that stands to generate hundreds of millions of dollars from the homes, the golf course, the decades of mortgage revenue. The taxpayers take the discount, the developer takes the profit. It's a tale as old as time. For public record, a federal lawsuit has been filed in the Eastern District of Virginia. The complaint seeks an emergency injunction preventing the city from transferring this property while serious allegations are litigated, including claims involving the public process, environmental law, and constitutional issues. And let's not forget, this isn't just a golf course. This property is home to 2 active bald eagle nests. According to the federal complaint, those nests are protected under federal law, and the plaintiffs allege that no authorization has been sought that would be required before disturbing them. We call the bald eagle our national symbol because it represents strength, freedom, and stewardship. Yet here we are debating how quickly we can sell off its habitat to build another subdivision. Maybe the plaintiffs win, maybe they don't. But here's what I don't understand. What's the rush on this? Is Dragas going somewhere? Is the land going somewhere? Maybe sinking? Or is the only thing you're worried about is making sure that this deal gets done before too many people ask too many questions? You are elected to protect the public's assets, assets, not to liquidate them. And frankly, after years of watching this council choose developers over neighbors, political donors over taxpayers, and insiders over the public, people have earned the right to be skeptical. The appearance alone should concern every one of you. When a developer that has contributed tens of thousands of dollars to members of this council stands to benefit from one of the largest public land sales in recent memory, you should be asking, how does this look to the people who elected us? Because from where we're sitting, it doesn't look good. If you truly believe in transparency, if you truly believe this process has been above board, then you should have no problem waiting for the federal court to decide whether this transaction can legally proceed. If your process is as solid as Mr. Stiles claimed, the court won't change that. But if you rush this through anyway, despite pending federal litigation, despite overwhelming public opposition, despite all of the unanswered questions, you will prove why we no longer trust this council.
Thank you for coming.
The next speaker is John Burke. After Mr. Burke is Sammy Brannan.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. I'm not a Virginia Beach resident. I was smart enough to move to Moyock when it was cheap to do so. But I've been a member of Virginia Beach National for 18 and a half years. So why do I drive 40 to 50 minutes and longer in the summer when the bridges are open and closing due to the yachts moving back and forth in spring and fall? Why do I do that? Because the place is special. It's by far the best public course in the area and short driving distance for me anyway. Now, I'm not a great golfer. I'm a mid-handicapper. You know, I'm 10 to 12-ish, depending on the day. But I'm good enough to know a good golf course versus a bad one. And I don't recognize the course that has been described through Dragus and all this media publications. Everything's been out there for the last couple of months. I don't recognize that golf course because that's not the one I see 3 times a week. Okay, and I don't know these people that you're describing that run it into disrepair because they're not the people that I know that I've known for 18 and a half years. I do know that BBDA has let some stuff go. I do know that you had to spend a fortune on that clubhouse because the soffits rotted out because you didn't maintain the gutters that were built in, and you didn't maintain the roof. That clay roof was neglected. It was a clay tile roof. There were broken tiles on it for years. If you just had maintained the tile roof, that would have lasted for 50, 60 years. It was freaking clay tile, thick. I know because I've been on it. The fact that all this misinformation's been out there, it's just, this whole thing is just so shady from start to finish. You know, I'm not even getting into the meetings with Dragus, but everything that's out there in the public right now, the things you're saying about the club and the conditions, you're not taking into account this $7 million figures out there about the drainage. It's not taking into account that was the high estimate based on if you had to redo everything from start to the current standards and not grandfather anything in. And then you're throwing in all this stuff with the clubhouse. But a lot of that's already been done. The roof's already been done. And the roof and that soffit work was very expensive, and you're including that in the figure. And again, most of that work only had to be done because you neglected the roof and you neglected the soffits for so many years they were falling apart. With a little bit of maintenance 10 years ago, you could have avoided that. But when they got into doing the soffits, they found out that the steel posts inside the columns were all rotted because all the water was running down them for all those years. Anyway, I grew up in New Jersey. I've seen a lot of scams in my life. I'm going to call George Norcross in Camden County, send him down here to study this deal. Good luck.
The next speaker is Sammy Brannan. After Mr. Brannan is Holly Martier.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wilson, and members of City Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening. I appreciate your time and consideration. I understand the public vote is being deferred until August, but unfortunately I won't be able to attend that rescheduled meeting. I wanted to share my thoughts with you tonight. My name is Sammy Brennan. I'm a local resident, and I'd like to share my support for the proposed redevelopment project by the Dragus companies at VB National. As a new father to a 5-month-old son, I find myself thinking about the future of Virginia Beach in a completely different way. I grew up here. I went to Allenton Elementary, Lynn Haven Middle, First Colonial High School. After college, I moved away, where I spent the next 12 years of my life across the country. This past September, my wife and I made the decision to move back east because we truly believe Virginia Beach is a wonderful place to raise a family. We came back for the quality of life, the sense of community, and because we want our son to grow up here. Projects like this are the kind of investment that makes us feel confident we made the right decision. While many people will talk about the golf course renovation's impact on tourism or the new tax revenue that can be reinvested into the city, what stands out to me is the project means for families like mine. We have a real need for attainable for-sale housing and more opportunities for young families to put down roots. We also need additional childcare options, which every parent knows are in high demand. These aren't just nice amenities, they're the kinds of investments that make it easier for people to choose to live in Virginia Beach and stay here. I believe this development represents the type of forward-looking growth that helps VB continue to thrive while preserving what makes it special. I want my son to grow up in a city that continues to evolve and invest in itself. And if we want our children to choose Virginia Beach as the place that they build, the place they build their own lives, rather than leave for cities they perceive as offering more opportunity, we need to embrace high-quality projects that create housing, strengthen our communities, and improve destinations that people can be proud of. I appreciate the work that's gone into this proposal, and I hope you'll support it moving forward. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Sammy.
The next speaker is Holly Martier. After Ms. Martier is Walt Stone.
I'm short. Let me pull this down. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. I'm here tonight as a deeply concerned resident of Virginia Beach who addressed two critical issues facing our community: the future of our golf course and the proposed development of Shore Drive. First, regarding the golf course, I'm relieved that the vote has been postponed, but the process leading up to this point raises serious ethical concerns. It is highly concerning that only 3 council meetings met with Dragus, an action that bypasses standard transparency and council procedures. If this city is going to transition public land, it must be done in a way that is fiscally responsible and transparent. We have a viable self-funded proposal from Ed Augustine that would not cost Virginia taxpayers a single penny. Choosing a deal with Dragus under these opaque circumstances raises several questions, severe questions about conflicts of interest, and demand full transparency, and we deserve to know why a proposal that protects taxpayer dollars is being sidelined. Second, I must urge you to reject the proposed building on Shore Drive. This project is entirely unnecessary, and community input indicates it will drastically worsen flooding in the area. Our infrastructure is already under immense pressure, adding unnecessary...
Holly, that's it. Remember, we got to stick to the subject at hand. If you want to speak on the next one, you're more than welcome.
She has signed up for Shore Drive as well.
I did sign up for that. Our residents are tired of feeling ignored, and many are choosing to leave Virginia Beach altogether because they feel their voices are no longer matter. I want to thank Councilmember Barbara Henley for listening to the community, and I urge the rest of this council to do the same. Please stop prioritizing outside interests, respect the citizens of Virginia Beach, and make fair decisions that are fair, transparent, and protective of the people who actually live here. Thank you.
The next speaker is Walt Stone. After Mr. Stone is Jessica Windish.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Walter Lewis Stone. You may have heard my name a few times. I did not come to speak on this issue tonight. I had come for another matter. But I thought, given the current climate, I would mention a few words here. I don't think it's any mystery that you folks have lost trust and confidence. Many of us, including me, have a very bad taste in our mouths. We have expressed our wishes, desires, thoughts to some of you. What we've seen is kind of what I tell my staff about. We work with kids and behavior. Don't listen to what's being said, watch the behavior. That's going to tell you everything. We've watched the behavior. This is what's sad to me. There is no amount of legal word wrangling that can be done by Mr. Stiles or anybody else to cover up for unethical behavior. You can't. I was shocked when that information was being read out. I don't know Chris Taylor. You all do. That's shocking. I don't know who's driving this. It's discouraging to me that the person who represents the district, Mrs. Henley, doesn't know anything about this. Here's my thoughts. I'm in business. You all have business. When you make a mistake, you recognize it. You admit it. You don't have to do publicly. There may be legal ramifications of doing that, but you admit it and you correct it. My thought here, you go back to square one, start this whole thing over, and do it right, ethically. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jessica Windish. After Ms. Windish is Laura Hughes.
Good evening. As the chair of the Transition Area and Inter-Facility Traffic Area Citizens Advisory Committee, I did send you a letter on July 6th requesting that you deny further consideration of the proposal to sell VB National Golf Course. This recommendation was provided as several elements of the proposed plan is not congruent with the comprehensive plan the council has previously approved, and because systems for maintenance of the golf course are already in place. The VB National Golf Course is a valuable and vital asset of the city, worthy of being maintained as a city-owned amenity without the intrusion of dense development in its vicinity. This ordinance to sell the golf course, resulting in a redesign and development of hundreds of homes in close proximity to the course, is not recommended for 3 reasons. The first, this proposal is in direct conflict with Imagine VB 2040, the comprehensive plan that you all adopted. The increased residential density and the alteration of the golf course is counter to 4 of the 6 big ideas and their accompanying goals. It does not improve flood and sea level rise resiliency, wildlife migration, ecological diversity, and public enjoyment of nature. It does not continue the Green Line. It does not designate centers of multimodal corridors north of the Green Line, and it does not create unique community identities. Second on that list is the TAITA is specifically suited to support low-density development, regardless of the intent to maintain this area as a transition between the more urbanized north and the rural south of the city. It is known that the soils in this area do not drain well and are not suitable for high-impact or high-density development. The volume of homes proposed and the accompanying impervious space for parking, amenities, and such far exceeds the reasonable limits in this area and will likely cause greater issues of stormwater management in our future. Third, that was featured in the letter, is that this proposal is in direct conflict with ongoing ideas and plans in our city. This creates confusion and further conflict in our community. From roads to stormwater mitigation and even sports tourism, our city already has plans and priorities. So this is counter to the work that you all are charged to conduct. Although the committee understands that the proposal presents an opportunity to mitigate the costs associated with maintaining the golf course and it does generate much negative consequence on the environment, and it will set a precedent that the city council can and will veer from following the adopted comprehensive plan. Additionally, the proposal was not necessary to entertain, as maintenance of the golf course is already the responsibility of the VBDA per the lease with the City of Virginia Beach and its agreement with the VB Golf Club LLC. They simply need to be held accountable. The excess that was purchased, that this is referring to, was purchased to preserve it from development like this, and therefore it is not appropriate to move forward. Thank you.
The next speaker is Laura Hughes. After Ms. Hughes is Rick Boyles.
Good evening. So I hear talk of this business model, and it's true. This is a horrible business model. Any kind of a deal, there's offer, acceptance, and consideration, and the citizens have not been given any consideration. The buyer here will get 100% rebate, and the seller is being forced to accept a deal with no consideration whatsoever. We hear that we had issues with failed management on the part of the VBDA. Another thing that we, the citizens, are tired of are unelected, unaccountable entities. And in this case, they failed. Instead of giving away public property, perhaps we need to eliminate a failed management team. All of this has created failed public trust. There's been a failure in processes. There's been just complete tone deafness when it comes to the citizens. And all elected officials at every level of government need to stop thinking of themselves as leaders. They're not. They're elected representatives, and they should be representing the will of the people. What we would like is for you all to represent us. What we're hearing is let them eat cake, and that's a problem. Please, please do not go through with this deal.
The next speaker is Rick Boyles. After Mr. Boyles is Danny Murphy.
Good evening, folks. For the record, my name is Rick Boyles. I'm a lifelong Virginia Beach resident, small business owner, president of 2 civic organizations. As I stated last week, standing at this podium, I'm not for this project. I'm not against this project. I'm here because of the process we took to get here. Let's be clear about why we're not voting tonight. We had a legal problem that required to be corrected. It wasn't a courtesy to the citizens of this city. Somebody in the legal department screwed up, and we had to postpone it. This type of process failure is what your reputation rides on. And at this stage of the game, your reputation is tarnished with the people in this city. Financially, this project nets $0 to the city. We're going to put the $17.94 billion in escrow. We're going to guarantee another $18.1 million. There is no net increase in the general fund. Under the VBDA's existing lease, you've already heard this several times tonight, VBDA is responsible under the existing lease for any maintenance over $5,000. If there is a deficiency of $7.7 million in this golf course, it is a direct responsibility of the VBDA and their failure to act. Another highly troubling aspect of this is the term sheet conditions that are currently in place in the draft term sheet. They allow the city manager and the city attorney to negotiate, if you approve this deal, all other terms and conditions that they consider reasonable, and these 2 men get to decide what's reasonable. You are abdicating your responsibility to the voters of the city of Virginia Beach by giving that much authority to these 2 men. Finally, this property sits in District 2. I'm privy to the FOIA requests that started in 2023. You all left Councilwoman Henley out of this process in the beginning. That's unacceptable behavior, period. End of conversation. Legality and integrity are not the same test. A legal defect serious enough to force a postponement, authority handed off to city staff with no voter input, the most affected district left out of the process early on, creates an appearance of impropriety, and that is not a good look for the city of Virginia Beach. The taxpayers are following this. I suggest pay attention.
The next speaker is Danny Murphy. Danny Murphy.
I'm not here to speak on this issue.
Okay. I'm sorry, you're for Shore Drive. That's my mistake. Martha Thoreau. And then Larry Batter.
Good evening. I'm here today in strong support of Councilwoman Barbara Henley and for the thousands of Virginia Beach residents who want the Virginia Beach National Golf Club to remain a public golf course, not another large-scale residential development. For years, the city-owned property has been enjoyed by residents and visitors alike. It has earned the recognition of as an outstanding golf course and remains a valued public asset. While maintenance has declined over time, that is not the failure of the citizens who use and cherish it. It is a management issue that should be corrected, not used as justification to sell off public land. What concerns many of us even more is the process. The public learned through a Freedom of Information Act request filed by former Councilman Chris Taylor that the city had been meeting with the developer for approximately 16 months regarding a proposal to build more than 600 homes on roughly 300 acres, while also considering transferring an additional 42 acres of public property. Those discussions occurred long before the public had any meaningful opportunity to participate. Only after those negotiations did the city issue a request for proposals. 9 proposals were submitted, yet they were ultimately rejected, and the public has been given little explanation on how they were evaluated. Even more troubling, Councilwoman Barbara Henley, the elected representative of the district where this property is located, was not informed of those proposals. That is difficult to understand. Councilwoman Henley has faithfully represented her district for decades. She knows its history, its character, and its people. The citizens of her district elected her to be their voice, not to be excluded from decisions that will permanently reshape the community she represents. This proposal also raises broader concerns. Expanding residential development into rural southern area undermines the purpose of the Virginia Beach Green Line, established to protect agricultural land and guide responsible growth. It also risks increasing encroachment pressure around Naval Station Oceana and Fentress, facilities that are vital to our national defense and our local economy. This decision should not be driven behind closed doors or by interest of a single developer. It should be guided by transparency, public trust, and respect for the people who reelected you. I urge this council to honor the wishes of the community, preserve the Virginia Beach National Golf Club as a public golf course, reject any proposal that compromises the Green Line, and ensure Councilman Barbara Henley is fully included in every discussion affecting the district she was elected to serve. Thank you.
The next speaker is Larry Batter. Larry Batten, sorry, I can't. And then after Mr. Batten is Justin Goodman.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, for this time. I want to thank Dave. He returned some calls last week. We talked for 50 minutes. We didn't agree on what we were talking about, but we had a fair, calm conversation, as it should be. My history is 24 years, Navy submarines, operating the engine rooms off the nuclear power plant. I spent my next 16 years testing submarines in Newport News and riding them and being in charge of the whole steam electric plant. And you guys have been beat up enough for the last 2 weeks. And if I ever went to my bosses and said, hey, there's a problem, without some solution, that would not have been a very good conversation, and I would be on the losing end of it. So I came with some solutions that I think you should look at and perhaps and think about and enact. So first thing, first tee. It's a great thing. I've been on the putting green of Virginia Beach National or the driving range and watching all those kids gather up. You can hear their laughter. They're having fun. It's a good thing. And you see all the good words about the first tee, what it does for our kids. Keep that. Don't let that mess up. Do the $1 deal if you want. Just make sure the YMCA has the equipment they need to maintain the land. I don't know who does that now. Second thing, I know these are all the things that you want out of this deal. Childcare. Yeah, I've got a daughter, 2 kids. Childcare is so expensive, it's terrible. So I understand that need. If you want to put it out there, do that. Have the city do it. Have somebody else do it. You're going to have to do something about that traffic, because every time I leave there after playing golf, it's like Frogger and I'm the frog trying to get across there. So please fix that. But spend the city money to do that. I don't think anybody would be against that. The next thing's the golf course. I think the city should keep it. I think it's making money for you. All the problems everybody spoke about is true, but it's a great place to play golf. If you need to sell it with the same deal of maintain it as an 18-hole course, as is, do your fixes. You had some bids that wanted to do that, please look at them. And then the part about housing. I don't necessarily agree that we need a ton more housing. There's been some local things I've seen in the news that say in 5 years we're gonna have too much, but I understand your need to do that. Take that 42 acres that they're gonna build the first or second and third holes on, give that to Ms. Stragus, or sell it to her, or have her pay for that $178,000 back to the state. There's also Dennis down the road who said.
Appreciate you coming.
23 acres for sale.
The next speaker is Justin Goodman. After Mr. Goodman is Teresa Krabs.
Yeah. So I'm Justin Goodman. I come all the way from Prince George. I go across the DMV to, tell boards like yourselves about yourself. You left. I can't believe it. You should have waited till someone was done speaking. You're sitting back like you're about to kick your feet up. The reason that you wouldn't want to send the dude in writing what you wanted to say is so it wasn't a record. Man, we all got hip. So you wouldn't send him in writing? That's cool. Whoever's back there, yeah. You want to have a conversation, that's because you want to hide what you say, but we know we're hip to it. So y'all are a bunch of cowards. I will say that, with this whole thing, you all can't be trusted. Why is the splash pad closed? Anyone want to answer that? Is that because the transmission lines electrocute people and you guys are investigating that? I spoke with Parks and Rec 2 Wednesdays ago. Ironically, I gave them my information. And this is why it's relevant to this, because y'all can't be trusted. I warned you I would be here to drop this bomb. So check it out. 2 Mondays ago, I warned y'all that I got a call from one of your citizens that Village Green shocked them. Okay? So transmission lines have induced voltage. It electrocutes you. Okay? Why is that part closed? I went there today. I took readings. That's on my Facebook. I got them. I called, and yeah, you smirking like a motherfucker right there, yeah.
Hey,
freedom of speech, hey, freedom of speech.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your attorney knows that. I've been in contact with you. Yeah, you know, buddy. I've been in contact with all y'all. I said I would be here to do this. I said it, and y'all think I'm a coward. I'm not. Parks and Rec, I spoke with the director on Wednesday 2 weeks ago. I said that I got a report that your facility electrocutes people. Ironically, you guys close it and you guys are paving it. It's still closed today. I went there today. I'm trying to figure out and get to the real scoop because y'all cannot be trusted. NDAs with Dominion Energy. So let's get to the bottom line. Induced voltage can travel off transmission lines 180 feet. There's an OSHA report. I'm a
Sir, could you
y'all can't be trusted.
Stick to the golf course.
It's relevant. So with the golf course, y'all got probably NDAs and a bunch of backdoor deals. Same thing with Dominion Energy. Why is it that the low-income housing is next to these transmission lines? Why is it? Huh? That's nationwide. Ask Dominion about induced voltage. Why is it that the cancer rate in these corridors are higher? Okay, let's go back to the golf course. Let's go to the golf course specifically.
Please stick to the golf course.
So why is it that you guys are going to possibly approve housing or something? There are cancer clusters around golf courses. Human life is worth way more than what y'all do it. This is just pathetic. And I'm serious. And y'all, you got people back here complaining. Y'all are elected officials. Y'all represent us. What the hell are y'all doing? For real. It is an absolute disrespect to the American dream. And I'm 100% pissed off, and they are. And you know what? Just because they're not as mad as me don't mean shit. I am pissed. And I'll be back. Justin Goodman, you better recognize me because I'll be back here next month. God bless America. Put your feet up on the goddamn table, Bobby.
Disrespectful motherfucker.
The next speaker is Teresa Kraus.
Folks, can we keep it civil, please?
And then Leslie McGuire.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Kraus, and I'm here to talk about VB National. The mayor properly asks everyone to remain respectful in their remarks, and yet city staff were negotiating on a land deal about a major asset owned by the city, VB National, but did not inform the district rep, Ms. Henley, for many months that conversations were taking place. Several other council members were involved in her district without her knowledge. Is that what the mayor calls respectful? I was envisioning a new version of the Monopoly game for Virginia Beach, listing VB National as one of the properties. However, I couldn't get the game to work because in Monopoly, when you sell a piece of property, you get cash. And when you buy a piece of property, you pay for it and you don't get any money back. Unlike Dragus, who's getting back $17 million to invest in the property, plus contingencies and performance grants. Wouldn't we all like that deal when we buy a house to get back funds for renovation? In this sale, Dragus gets a major asset, renovation funds, and will make millions off of townhouses to be built. It is said $8 million is needed to renovate the golf course. Simple math seems that it would be cheaper to renovate and still own the asset with no impact on roads or other services. Now look at the aquarium in the vice mayor's district. They had indicated they needed hundreds of millions, or far more than the golf course needs for renovation, but talks of selling that asset have stopped. Why is that different? Why not work a little harder on solving the golf course's needs without taxpayer impacts? Council talks ad nauseum about the lack of public land, but there's plenty of private land. But when there is a shortage of an item, like land, the item demands a premium. You ask the buyer for concessions or more money. Not this council. You keep giving away public land to industry off Princess Anne and now to Dragus. I am not opposed to development, but I am opposed to corporate welfare using public funds. For the council members who want to vote yes because of housing, please wait until we better understand the impacts on already crowded roads and stormwater from planned development south of Dam Neck. Don't do this piecemeal. Princess Anne and Farrell Parkway are two of the three ways out of the southern part of the city, but there are no plans for expansion, which will cost tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. So what's the ROI on this deal when that's factored in? By the way, it took me 5 minutes to make a right out of my plan tonight on Princess Anne. The vice mayor told me at her town hall that stormwater will need to be negotiated and roads once a contract is in place with Dragus on the golf course. So I'm guessing there will be more taxpayer dollars involved in this project than revealed to date. Any vote should be deferred until a new council is elected so those governing forward can review and have a say-so.
Appreciate it.
There is no hurry to approve this project.
The next speaker is Leslie McGuire. And after Ms. McGuire, we'll move to the WebEx speakers.
Hi, everybody. I'm Leslie. I live in District 9. I'm a house cleaner. I don't really hold any kind of position or title or anything that would give you a lot of facts. I just came here tonight because I'm slowly learning how the city works. And as soon as I kind of stuck my nose in everything, I just found a bunch of corruption. So I want to apologize for being an uninvolved citizen for the past 20 years, but I want to thank you because your corruption has re-excited my civil spirit. And I'm also here to finish what our friend from Arizona was trying to teach us a lesson about where he came from. So I'm going to pick up where Mr. Wing left off. He says, after last week's hearing, I met Drew from Dragus Companies because I wanted to hear his perspective firsthand. As a former First Tee student who grew up on this very golf course, he explained why he believes this project is the right path. Our conversation wasn't just about where we disagreed. We also talked about opportunities we both care about, shared his passion for health, fitness, and recreation, and building a stronger community. He even told Drew that if this project moved forward, he'd be interested in helping develop fitness and wellness opportunities because that's something he's passionate about, and in his opinion, an area where Virginia Beach has room to grow. Although they walked away with different viewpoints, he appreciated hearing his perspective. It reminded him that people can disagree while still wanting what's best for Virginia Beach. He understood the need for housing, We understand the need for housing, but if, I'm going to read this as he wrote it, but if we're serious about affordable housing, let's use the city's own definition. Affordability isn't just the selling price, it's the mortgage, property taxes, insurance, utilities, and HOA dues. Living in Arizona, I watched communities that were once affordable become difficult for many families. Taxes increased, insurance increased, HOA dues increased. What started as an affordable HOA payment eventually felt like a second mortgage. Let's measure affordability by the total monthly cost, not simply the purchase price. At last week's meeting, we also heard that the Hampton Roads YMCA could become part of this project. Childcare is important, but I'd like to offer another perspective from my own experience. I worked at the Princess Anne YMCA. I also worked for the City of Virginia Beach's out of school time program. I know firsthand how dedicated the employees are in both organizations. From my experience, the city offered stronger wages, paid time off, excellent employee support. I also remember being paid during severe winter weather and school closures, which showed me how much the city valued its employees. I am going to skip ahead just a little bit. He is asking, that it's in big type, what is the rush? If there are already redevelopment opportunities elsewhere, why not fully explore those first? Before making an irreversible decision about this city-owned public golf course, my request is simple. Give Councilwoman Barbara Henley, the residents of her district, First Tee, Century Golf, Dragus, nearby neighborhoods, local businesses, and community partners 6 months to develop a comprehensive plan with measurable goals. If those goals aren't met, the council will still have every option available. Sometimes leadership means trusting the community.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We have two WebEx speakers. The first WebEx speaker is Kim Mayo. Ms. Mayo, you are unmuted and may begin.
Sale. It should be deferred until the new council is in place. I'm actually here tonight to speak on a planning item in District 9, but first want to briefly share concerns on the golf course matter, a violation of public trust. Thank you, citizen watchdogs who've shown up. I'm concerned about the RFP process and possible violations of state and federal law, which will be examined with the lawsuit. It appears VBGov was dealing exclusively and confidentially with Dragus, a preferred developer who's donated money to many of you. No other RFP was issued. What's done in darkness will come to light. Lastly, I was flabbergasted by the disrespect of Councilwoman Mrs. Henley and conduct from the dais towards public speakers. It's not the first time some of you have embarrassed yourself. If Stacey Cummings, Berlucci, and Schulman want to speak to their own secretaries or wives that way, fine, but never act that way towards any citizen who takes the time to share our expertise or our passion. Unethical behavior has no place here. Josh Schulman was even involved in the falsification of a District 9 June 8th meeting video to cut out certain speakers. Thank you, Chris Taylor and John Moss on the FOIAs. Let's keep speaking out and take back our great city. This golf course is our public land, just like Pleasure House Point. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ronna Marsh. Ms. Marsh, you are unmuted and may begin.
Thank you. Council, Mayor Dyer. I am a retired certified fraud examiner. Concerning the RFP process for Virginia Beach National, it is my professional opinion that there appears to be illegal, unfair, 16-month competitive advantage given to Dragus. This appears to violate the VBGov written procurement ethics policy. I am not seeing fairness and transparency in the procurement process described in the VBGov policy because the process requires the 9 bidders competing for the specific VB National project do not derive a competitive advantage, and bidders are prohibited from contacting any city employees other than purchasing division staff members of record. That is your written policy. Was the Dragus submission with the 16-month advantage effectively a private-public partnership? It seems the September 2025 VB National RFP was misleading because 5 of the RFP responses were honest and focused on the golf course operations. The 4 other RFPs were housing developments. Did they get different RFPs or did they get different information? Were there false official statements given out? 2 parcels were included in the VB National RFP ED 2504, approximately 350 acres. The property is zoned agricultural A1 with restrictions due to aircraft noise affecting much of the land and density limits for residential development. What's concerning is I'm now learning you're getting ready to convey 4 parcels in the term sheet. Have these 4 parcels always been included in Dragis's response? Did all 8 of the other RFP respondents know there were 4 parcels? Are these parcels part of what state funding purchased for BRAC? Does the state need to be repaid? How did the NDA signed by City Manager Dehaney and developer Dragis complicate the unfair advantages? There appear to be many unfair advantages in the VB National RFP process. Council, you represent citizens, so it would be the best solution to pull this VB National RFP and kill it. And as you know, a number of you, the City of Virginia Beach, Mayor Dyer, Ms. Wilson, Mr. Dehaney, Mr. Stiles, and the Dragis companies are all now named in a federal lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Dyer, that's all the speakers, sir.
Okay, Mrs. Henley, you have a motion and some comments.
I don't know if I want to say a whole lot, to tell you the truth. This has been quite an evening. But I do want to say that, you know, I'm sorry that things turned out that we couldn't do as we had planned and had the vote tonight. Inadvertently, the mistake was made and needed to be corrected. But I think I am kind of glad in another way because it slowed down the process. And I think that's exactly what needs to happen. So it appears that it will be at least August 11th before we have this before us again. And I hope that we can take this time to look at this deal and see if this is what we really want to go forward with. In trying to recall just exactly what happened, and unfortunately, I had some issues with the family at that time and with illness, and I don't remember the exact date when when we first had the closed session presentation that I remember was the first I heard about this. It was probably maybe in February. But the thing, being in closed session means that, you know, I don't have notes and that kind of thing. And so it's my memory. But the thing that hit me so much with that presentation was the number of housing units that were going to be built on this property. And that really stuck with me rather than the rest of the deal. And the thing that concerned me so much was that I couldn't tell my constituents because I had that information in closed session. So I couldn't go out and do what I normally do and let my constituents know what was happening. And I have a monthly forum, the fourth Thursday of every month with the district. And I wanted to be able to tell them what I knew that I could tell. And so I asked the city attorney what I could say, and he told me I couldn't tell them the number and that kind of thing. But I asked him to come to my session and relate legally what we could do because I didn't want to inadvertently say something that was not acceptable. And I appreciate Mr. Stiles going to that forum and letting the people know that there was a proposal out going on. It was a contract that needed to be negotiated, very legal to be talked about in closed session, but we really couldn't give all the information out. And so that's kind of the way that stood. And so The thing, as I said, that really has bothered me so much, I've got concerns with the financials and so forth, but to have as a part of this deal that this applicant gets to build 659 housing units on that 42 acres, which is just barely out of the ACU's territory, really disturbs me. And not knowing what we can do to accommodate that gives me a lot of concern. Even yesterday, I met with staff, and one of my questions was, well, what is going to be the traffic generation from those 659 units? And how many school children are we going to need to educate? And the answer was, well, those studies will be done when we do the rezoning, because
Okay, folks, please.
because we have to rezone this property in order to
Folks, please.
in order to allow this housing to be built, because the property is zoned agricultural now, and it will have to be zoned probably to A18 in order to allow this amount. So all of that yet has to be done, and the fact that they haven't even done the studies yet to tell us how much the traffic is going to be from these units that are going to come out just behind the Harris Teeter over here off of Nemo Parkway in those 659 units gives me a lot of concern about what the traffic is going to be like when all of that traffic tries to get back onto Princess Anne Road. Those kinds of things are issues that are troubling to me, and I hope that we're going to have time to talk about all of this and understand all of these things that are a part of this golf course deal, and that's a bit of a problem. You know, we take a golf course, which should be a very fine project. It's a great golf course, maybe not nearly as bad as we were led to believe, but it's a good golf course. The city owns this property, and all of these things are occurring because of the way this all has been handled. So I hope we can get back on track. I hope we can make these things work out. I hope we can turn all this into a really good proposal. And I hope that this extra 3 weeks or 4 weeks that we've got now will allow us to have some good conversations, to really try to work these things out and make it all come out for the best for all of us.
Please.
And so I think we have to defer.
A motion to,
Make a motion to defer this application to August 11th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any conversation? Okay, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. By a vote of 11-0, you have deferred this item till August 11th.
Okay, thank you for all who participated with that. Okay, moving on to our next planning item, Shore Drive Area Properties, LLC, for a conventional change of zoning from PD H1 Planned Unit Development District to conditional B4 SD Mixed Use District and a conditional use permit, RAVE, a 52-unit condominium project with a small commercial component at 3853 Shore Drive parcels directly southeast of 3853 Shore Drive, District 9.
Lisa Murphy, representing the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wilson, members of City Council and staff. For the record, my name is Lisa Murphy, and I'm a local zoning attorney here today on behalf of the applicant, Shore Drive Area Properties, which is also the owner of the property. As the mayor mentioned, the property is zoned PDH1, Planned Unit Development District, and it's located within the Shore Drive Area Corridor Overlay. It's approximately 2.2 acres, and it's currently a fenced storage yard. The applicant is seeking to rezone the property from PDH1 Planned Unit Development District to conditional B4 SD Mixed Use District and to obtain a conditional use permit for multifamily dwellings. The proposal is a 52-unit for sale, owner-occupied residential condominium building that'll include approximately 2,000 to 2,500 square feet of community-oriented retail space. As some of you may know, several years ago, this property was, along with several others, part of a larger rezoning request for 197 multifamily apartment units. That application was withdrawn. In the last 2 to 3 years, my client, the applicant's representative, started meeting with members of the community and civic organizations, civic leaders, to develop a plan for the redevelopment of this highly visible corner property. That outreach included over 30 meetings during the last couple of years with community members, representatives, civic leagues, and community organizations really up and down the Shore Drive corridor. Early meetings focused on what type of project would be compatible from a use and a scale perspective. Feedback indicated that a for-sale, owner-occupied product would create a greater sense of long-term community investment and stability and would be an asset for the surrounding neighborhoods. That first round of meetings and discussions led to the initial design of a 62-unit for sale condominium project. The project before you today is the result of further feedback and further modifications received during the course of the last several years and has been modified to address some additional community concerns. The project, as I mentioned, is a 52-unit for sale commercial condominium project. The concept plan is before you on the screen. The 52 units would consist of 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom units, 4-bedroom units. All of the residential units will have large 1-story balconies, approximately 20 feet by, or 10 feet by 20 feet, creating generous outdoor living space. Green space on the roof of the at the center of the building will be an amenity for all of the unit owners, and then green space on the rooftop closer to the south end of the property will be for limited use by the unit owners with direct access to that space. An outdoor pet relief area will be provided on site for all residents. Residential units will range in size from 1,200 to 2,400 square feet for the larger units. That corner space, which you see on the screen in front of you, at the center of the screen, is the 2,000 to 2,500 square foot commercial unit, which will be controlled by the applicant. It's envisioned as a commercial space that would be a local market or other complementary retail space featuring an outdoor patio and seating, which would further activate the street frontage at the corner of Shore Drive and Marlin Bay Drive. The building itself, as you can see, is oriented to face the intersection of Shore Drive and Marlin Bay Drive with a step down and massing towards the residential uses to the south. A piece of artwork at the corner will provide a central focal point along this very important gateway to the city. At the building's entrance on Marlin Bay Drive, there'll be a central lobby and passenger pickup and delivery area. A 10-foot multi-use trail will be provided along the property's frontage on Shore Drive, and a multi-use path extension will be provided along the property's frontage on Marlin Bay Drive, adding to the walkable character of the project. An 8-foot privacy fence made of wood-like low-maintenance material, painted in earth tone, will add a buffer, as you can see there, and separate the property from the townhomes to the south. All of the surface parking will be located behind the building facade, facing Shore Drive, and will be screened from view from Marlin Bay Drive by a decorative fence and landscaping. The surface and ground level parking will consist of 126 parking spaces, which is actually 12 more than what would be required for this mix of uses. The project will not have direct vehicular access, as you can see, to Shore Drive. There'll be access from 3 access points on Marlin Bay Drive. The project incorporates meaningful buffering and screening, as I mentioned, that further support compatibility with residential uses. Enhanced landscaping, a 15-foot wide buffer, and the 8-foot privacy fencing at the rear, and the screening of the surface parking all helps to reduce the visual impacts and reinforce that separation of the townhomes. Want to talk to you about the building a little. If we could go back to the view that shows the corner. So there were, as I mentioned, a series of meetings. Several of those meetings were with your Bayfront Advisory Commission. There were recommendations that came in just before Planning Commission, but there you go. You've got a side-by-side. The building design on the left is the original design. Bayfront Advisory Commission asked, the architect said, could you change the articulation so that it's a more horizontal articulation, and then peel back that top layer to really reduce the scale and the massing. And so the rendering you have on the right-hand side as you're looking at the screen does appear to have a smaller scale, and that was at the recommendation of the Bayfront Advisory Commission. As the staff report indicates, we're seeking a couple of deviations. The balconies, which as I mentioned are large, very generous balconies, they extend into that 30-foot setback on the side of the property on the Clipper Bay side, and so we're requesting a deviation from that. Stairwell enclosures and the stairwells, as well as guardrails, extend just a little bit over the 35-foot maximum height that's allowed within 100 feet of the residential. Traffic engineering has described the proposed trip generation as modest, given the existing traffic volumes. Ongoing and planned Shore Drive corridor improvements will also continue to enhance multimodal connectivity and transportation infrastructure. You should have in your packet a letter from Lynnhaven River Now. I think it's important to note that there's no current stormwater management on the property. It's compacted gravel and hard soils, and the water, when it hits it, sheet flows into either Shore Drive or Marlin Bay. So as the Lynnhaven River Now letter says, redevelopment of this particular property is actually going to significantly improve the current conditions. It'll have modern underground stormwater management facilities that will detain runoff and reduce localized flooding and greatly reduce pollutants entering Pleasure House Creek. The letter also indicates that the applicant has worked with Lynnhaven River Now to incorporate native plant species into the landscape design to reflect the natural character of Pleasure House Point, and they will provide an important habitat and food source for pollinators in a way that will help extend some of the ecological benefits of the protected natural areas of Pleasure House Point. In conclusion, the proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan and Shore Drive corridor objectives. It includes a thoughtfully designed building that's oriented toward the Shore Drive Marlin Bay intersection. It incorporates a prominent corner feature and steps down from 5 stories to 3 stories adjacent to the existing townhomes to improve compatibility with surrounding residential uses. The project supports multimodal transportation goals through the addition of a 10-foot multi-use trail, sidewalks, internal pedestrian connections, bicycle parking, and the elimination of direct vehicular access to Shore Drive. The setback and height deviations are limited in scope and are necessary for the building design and will not have an adverse effect on adjoining properties. In conclusion, as your staff report indicates, this well-planned development advances key concepts of the comprehensive plan objectives of the Shore Drive corridor, including redevelopment of underutilized properties and the promotions of neighborhoods. Notably, it avoids over-commercialization of the area and preserves established neighborhoods. Planning Commission, Bayfront Advisory Commission, and your staff have all recommended approval, and we respectfully request that you approve these applications, the conditional rezoning and conditional use permit applications. I will stand by for questions and for rebuttal. Thank you.
Any questions at this point? Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is David Redmond. After Mr. Redmond is Martha Thoreau.
Good evening, Dave.
Well, good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm delighted to be here. For the record, I'm Dave Redmond. I've lived in District 9 for 44 years. I served on Planning Commission representing District 9 for 15 years. As a teenager, I took dates to the Shore Drive-In. This has been my home for most of my life. So it's particularly satisfying to me to support this wonderful improvement of an underutilized eyesore of a property in my community. It is truly a public benefit. I hope everyone has read the staff report, because the staff report explains how thoroughly this project fits within the Shore Drive Corridor guidelines, comports with the comprehensive plan, and incorporates exceptional planning principles and design guidelines. This project not only satisfies a critical need, housing, but it's genuinely beautiful. I challenge anyone to show me a residential community on Shore Drive with better landscaping. This project incorporates modern stormwater management on this site for the first time ever. And for all we hear about flooding, please don't miss out when the private sector not only initiates, but pays for stormwater improvements. This is how we fix it. Without question, this project provides a more welcoming presence to the Pleasure House Point natural area. It is good for Pleasure House Point. And with less than 24 units per acre, this project is far less dense than many existing, older, and less attractive properties in very close proximity, several of which are in Ocean Park proper. We are not in Creeds or Blackwater here, folks. It's Shore Drive. For at least 25 years, I've heard that whatever might come next is the end of Shore Drive as we know it. The sky never fell. It's never been true. Shore Drive has never been richer, never been more vibrant or attractive, never in greater demand. Property values have never been higher, and you all have a lot of bills to pay. This project will only make this terrific community, my community of 44 years, more attractive, kinder to the environment, and richer still. We should welcome and celebrate these public benefits, these very public benefits on Shore Drive, in District 9, and anywhere in Virginia Beach. I do, and I urge you to support this no-brainer of an application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Okay, we're good. Thank you, Dave.
The next speaker is Martha Thoreau. And then Claire LeBlanc.
Oh, gosh, this is hard. Good evening. I respectfully ask for you to defer this rezoning application. This is not a vote on whether this property should ever be developed. It is a vote on whether you have enough information to make a responsible decision. Today, you do not. The applicant seeks a dramatic increase in density on 2.2 acres in an environmentally sensitive area with known flooding concerns. Yet there is still no stormwater management plan. Still no stormwater management plan. We are told it will come after the rezoning. That is backwards. Before granting additional development rights, shouldn't the public first know whether the site can safely handle the additional stormwater? The city has also acknowledged that another pump station is needed in this area, yet it still cannot say where the pump station will be located. If the city cannot tell its own citizens where the public pump station will go, how can it responsibly decide today where private development should go? The city is also engaged in condemnation litigation with the same developer over property needed for another pump station. That case will not be resolved until after the November election. There is another concern. The developer is one of Virginia Beach's most prominent citizens. Her attorney serves as chair of the Virginia Beach Development Authority. There are public officials and advisory board members with known associations to the developer. Whether those relationships affect anyone's judgment is not for me to decide, but they make it even more important that this decision be based on complete facts, complete transparency, and a process that earns the public's confidence. Finally, I remind you of your own promise. In September 2021, this council unanimously asked the citizens of Virginia Beach to approve a $567.5 million flood mitigation bond. In return, you promised that protecting stormwater capacity would guide future land use decisions. The voters kept their promise. This council should keep its promise. So I leave you with one question. What public interest is served by approving this rezoning tonight instead of waiting a few months until the stormwater management plan is complete, the location of the needed pump station is determined, and the pending condemnation litigation has been resolved? If this project is truly appropriate, it will be appropriate then. There is no public harm in waiting. There is substantial public risk in acting too soon. I respectfully ask for you to defer this rezoning. Thank you.
The next speaker is Claire LeBlanc. After Ms. LeBlanc is Teresa Chadwick.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. My name is Claire LeBlanc, and I have lived in Virginia Beach for most of my life, called Mariners Landing home for over 40 years, and spent 38 years proudly serving Virginia Beach City Public Schools. I know Shore Drive has changed over the years. Communities should evolve, but the best communities do so thoughtfully with careful consideration of how each decision shapes what comes next. I also want to acknowledge that the Shore Drive condominium project has improved. These improvements include reducing the project from 62 to 52 units, stepping down the height near Ocean Tides Drive, where I live, adding buffering and landing and landscaping, and increasing parking. These improvements matter. They also make it more important to ensure the remaining questions have been fully answered. Questions remain about whether this 5-story mixed-use building is fully compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and what precedent its approval could establish for future redevelopment along Shore Drive. For adjacent homeowners, practical concerns including traffic, parking, privacy, buffering, and drainage deserve clear answers before construction begins. This project is about one building. Your decision is about the kind of future Shore Drive will have. People are drawn to Shore Drive because it feels different from other coastal corridors. Its mature tree canopy, its connection to the Chesapeake Bay, and its blend of neighborhoods and natural beauty give Shore Drive a character that is becoming increasingly rare. Once those qualities are lost, they will be exceedingly difficult to reclaim. I understand that redevelopment brings investment and increased tax revenue. Those are important benefits. But strong communities are remembered not simply for what they build, they are remembered for what they choose to preserve. As an adjacent property owner, my goal is not to halt development. Rather, it is to ensure that development enhances Shore Drive without diminishing the qualities that have made it one of Virginia Beach's most distinctive communities. Before approving this project, I respectfully ask that the council be confident that the record clearly demonstrates the project's compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood and addresses the remaining concerns of adjacent homeowners. If it does not, I respectfully ask that you allow the time necessary to complete the record before making a final decision. Thoughtful growth and preservation are not competing goals. They are the foundations of successful communities. Thank you for your time and service.
The next speaker is Teresa Chadwick. After Ms. Chadwick is Wendy Crutchfield.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wilson, and members of council. Yes, my name is Teresa Chadwick. I am the vice chair of the Virginia Beach Tea Party. I'm speaking tonight as a citizen, however. I urge you to really defer this Marlin Bay proposal until the public can be assured that our infrastructure, traffic, and public safety concerns have been fully addressed. The Shore Drive corridor has been endured nearly 2 years of road construction. Residents have experienced constant traffic congestion, detours, and delays. I've driven up Shore Drive quite often myself on Monday mornings when I go to Great Neck, and it's boom, 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 boom. Before approving another high-density development, the city must demonstrate that the surrounding area road network can safely and efficiently handle additional vehicles. Another concern is that of public safety. Very recently, there was a fire at Aries on the Bay, right around the corner from where this property is supposed to be going up. And this incident reminds us that emergency response times, access for first responders, and evacuation routes are not theoretical concerns. They are real issues that affect lives. Growth should never outpace infrastructure or compromise the safety of the people who already live there. And the residents of Virginia Beach deserve responsible planning that puts public safety ahead of development schedules. We deserve transparency and meaningful public input and decisions based on facts, not assumptions. So I'm going to respectfully ask that you defer this proposal until the necessary traffic, infrastructure, and public safety issues have been thoroughly answered and addressed. Thank you.
The next speaker is Wendy Crutchfield. After Ms. Crutchfield is Krista Woodlock.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer and Council. My name is Wendy Crutchfield, and I'm speaking in opposition to the Marlin Bay condo development in its current high-density form. As a property owner adjacent to the proposed development, two concerns stand out. First, why did Virginia Beach spend years and how many $1,000s developing the Shore Drive corridor design guidelines if we are willing to disregard them when they matter most? This property sits directly at the boundary between the green zone and the mixed zone at Marlin Bay Drive. That boundary was intentionally established through extensive public planning, professional study, and taxpayer investment. The guidelines describe the green zone as an area defined by the mature live oaks and pine forest of Pleasure House Point, created to protect and highlight environmentally sensitive lands, wetlands, waterways, and natural areas. At Marlin Bay Drive, the corridor transitions into the mixed zone. The plan recognizes Ocean Park as a unique coastal neighborhood with homes dating to the early 20th century and recommends low and medium density residential development mixed with businesses that support the community. That transition was intended to protect the character of the area, not erase it. This proposal is not low or medium density development. It would increase the permitted density nearly sixfold. It will also place a 5-story building in the very location intended to provide a gradual transition away from the environmentally sensitive green zone. If a 5-story building at this density belongs in a transition area, what exactly is a transition area? If a 6-fold increase in density is considered compatible with the mixed zone, what does low to medium density even mean? This decision is about much more than one parcel. It's about whether our adopted plans have meaning. It's about whether residents can trust that the plans they helped create will actually guide future development. There is also an unresolved fiscal issue. The stormwater system here connects to the half-century-old Mariners Landing neighborhood, and this property has been identified as a potential location for a much-needed stormwater pump station. The city has not yet determined how much of the property may be needed for this project. Those questions should be answered before any zoning change is approved. It would be fiscally irresponsible for the city to substantially increase the development value of privately owned land and then later determine that taxpayers must purchase that same land for a public purpose at an inflated acquisition price created by the city's own rezoning decision. Please protect the integrity of the transition between the green zone and the mixed zone by upholding the design and comp plans. Resolve the stormwater pump station question before increasing the value and development of this potential property. And please deny this zoning request until the project.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Krista Woodlock. After Ms. Woodlock is Sandra Dahl.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dr. Krista Woodlock, and I have proudly called Ocean Park home for more than 20 years. I am here on behalf of many neighbors who are deeply concerned about the proposed rezoning and high-density development at the corner of Marlin Bay and Shore Drive. Our Civic League leadership adopted a position of neutrality on this project, but that position was not based on a true consensus of the Ocean Park residents. There was no formal vote, no neighborhood survey, and no transparent process to determine community support or opposition. Yet this project has continued to move forward as though the neighborhood has endorsed it. For a development that would dramatically change our community, the lack of meaningful public input is deeply concerning. Ocean Park is already a dense neighborhood with narrow streets and predominantly duplex-style homes. The proposed rezoning would increase the allowable development from 10 homes to 52 condos on just 2.2 acres. This increase of 42 additional homes, which would increase to 42 additional homes. The level of density is simply incompatible with our existing infrastructure, traffic capacity, and environmental constraints. We are not opposed to growth. We understand that cities evolve, and we want Ocean Park to evolve as well. But growth must be thoughtful, proportional, and shaped with genuine input from the residents who already live there. Our concerns are practical and immediate: increased traffic congestion, parking overflow, stormwater management, and added strain on emergency services, schools, utilities, water, and sewer infrastructure. These are not hypothetical issues. They are the realities that our neighborhood will have to live with long after this vote. We respectfully ask you to retain the original zoning that fits the scale and character of our community. We want development that strengthens Ocean Park, not one that overwhelms it. We want a process that genuinely listens to the residents and preserves safety, stability, and character of the neighborhood we love. At this time, I would like to invite residents who oppose the current rezoning to please stand. As you can see, many members of the community are asking you to preserve the current zoning of 10 homes rather than approve 52. I respectfully ask you to listen to your constituents and vote no on this rezoning request. Thank you for your time and consideration.
The next speaker is Sandra Dow, and then Karen Brashears.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can I ask what this is?
There's a timer, 3 minutes once the green light goes.
What's the yellow light mean?
You got 1 minute to go.
Okay.
I'm sorry, no, the yellow light's 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Yes.
I
Thank you.
apologize.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer, members of City Council. My name is Sandra Daw, and I'm a resident of Ocean Park. I'm asking you tonight to please vote no on the Marlin Bay rezoning. I'd like to focus on two issues tonight: traffic and public input. As you know, Shore Drive and the surrounding neighborhoods are already under tremendous pressure, especially with the ongoing challenges created by the Lynn Haven boat ramp overflow. Anyone who frequently travels this corridor knows traffic continues to get worse. This project won't just affect Shore Drive. It will push additional traffic onto Marlin Bay Drive and through our neighborhood. I cannot understand how adding this level of density serves the public interest in an area that is already struggling. This is not a request for a small adjustment. It is a substantial increase in the density of development proposed for this site. There is one other point I believe is important. At the Planning Commission meeting, the Ocean Park Civic League president told the commission that the community was divided and cited the June meeting as support for that conclusion. I think it's important that you know the Ocean Park membership was never asked to determine its position through a formal vote. The June meeting represented only a very small fraction of the membership. There was no advance notice to the membership that a vote would occur, no verification of voting eligibility, and no application of the one vote per household rule. I'm not suggesting that residents don't hold differing opinions. They absolutely do. I'm simply asking that you understand the process behind that statement before deciding how much weight to give it. I respectfully ask that you deny this rezoning request. If this property is to be developed, it should be with a proposal that is consistent with the city's adopted plans, compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods, and respectful of the character of the Shore Drive corridor. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Karen Brashears, and then Holly Martier.
Good evening. My name is Karen Brashears, and I've lived in Ocean Park for 10 years. I first fell in love with this neighborhood renting on Jefferson Boulevard, the maritime forests along the point, the quiet walkable streets, a beach that still felt like ours. I loved it enough that 7 years ago, I bought a home here. I didn't move to Ocean Park because it was going to become something else. I moved here because of exactly what it already was. I'm here tonight, like so many of my neighbors, to ask you to deny the rezoning of the Marlin Bay Drive parcel, or at minimum, send it back until it actually reflects the density that this corridor was planned for. Now, let me be precise about what's being asked of you tonight, because the numbers matter. The current zoning on this 2.2 acre site allows for 4.25 units per acre, roughly 10 units. This application asks you to approve 23.63 units per acre. That is not an increase, that is a complete rewrite. Nearly 6 times the density that this land was ever intended to carry. The city didn't arrive at 4.25 units on acre by accident. It came out of years of public process that produced the Shore Drive Corridor Design Guidelines. Now, a 5-story building at 6 times the allowed density isn't a transition. It's an erasure of the very thing that a transition zone exists to protect. Now, I want to address something I keep hearing from neighbors because I do think it's worth naming out loud. The reaction that I hear from neighbors when it's not distinct opposition is some version of, well, it's better than it could have been. I understand that in instinct, but I want to name what's actually happening in that sentence because it does have a name. It is a well-documented negotiating pattern, sometimes called the door-in-the-face technique. Open with a scope so large, everyone expects it to reject it. We put all our might into rejecting it. That was that 200-unit proposal. Then come back with something smaller. And our brains register that smaller number as a concession, a compromise, perhaps a gift, simply because it's less than the first number that we heard. Whether or not that was anyone's conscious strategy here, the effect is right there in your own staff report. 30 meetings across 2 years, this proposal went through several rounds of density reduction. Each round probably felt like real progress to the people in that room, but the number in front of you tonight is still 23.63 units per acre against a baseline of 4.25. Better than an earlier draft and right for this neighborhood are 2 completely different questions, and only one of them is actually yours to answer tonight. I don't say any of this to suggest that anyone here is acting in bad faith, but for years this community has watched decisions here lean further.
Really appreciate you coming.
Thank you for your time.
Ms. Martier, do you want to speak? Okay, thank you. Then Walt Stone will be next. After Mr. Stone is Terry Browning.
Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen, mayor, council members. I'm back. I'm going to keep this quick because I think people are getting worn out and we've been here for a while. Simple question. Why is a rezoning even being considered? Who's asking for that? Because it's not the people. So I think the simple matrix for you all to be thinking about is, because this has kind of been the theme for tonight, when are decisions being made for the people, the public, for their protection, their welfare, their benefit, versus individuals, select groups, folks that may have influence or persuasion? What are you looking at when you make these kind of decisions? Therefore, my question would be for this council, what is your justification for rezoning? As this woman so well spoke before, there's a zoning for a reason. Somebody established that. Apparently it's to preserve, protect that area, because that's a very dense area. I don't know if it's the densest in Virginia Beach, but it certainly looks like it. I have lived there. I bought a house there back in 1989. I lived there for a long time until we moved. We have a lot of feelings about that area. Some of you are very familiar with my feelings about what happened with Pleasure House Point. I will not get into that. I will just say this. What I heard earlier tonight about the assistance of managing stormwater flow and great positive impacts on the Lynnhaven River and the Pleasure or the Natural Park. I'm not sure whether there is any evidentiary fact supporting that. Sounds good. Things that sound good are not always correct. My question, though, is very simply this. Why are we rezoning something like this for the benefit of a few? I think it's very clear the reason for the request versus the benefit of the entire community and the welfare of that neighborhood. That's what you have to decide tonight. Thank you.
The next speaker is Terry Browning. After Mr. Browning is Brad Martin.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Terry Browning. I'm the owner of the property adjacent to the property in question this evening. I'm not here for or against it. I'm here to just tell you how I feel about the development and what's going on Shore Drive. My family in 1912 developed Ocean Park. They were the original developers. All these paper streets that are in this neighborhood were all owned by my relatives. We've owned, Branning's Marine has been a business there since 1955. We've been on shore, there's been a boat dealership that we're in on Shore Drive since 1962. If I tried to build that dealership today, it would never happen. A lot of us own property and we were trying to develop them, and I understand the people that are against this and stuff, but they have to understand too that us owning property have to do something with it, have to develop it. And because of all the new things that are required, stormwater management, traffic studies, I didn't know a lot about this until I was involved in the first project that this applicant had asked for. I didn't know there was so much involved in it. And I hear some things said this evening that they don't know what process they do have to go through to get these things done. I don't particularly want residential next to me of any kind, because residential next to a business usually doesn't work very well. But I have been there, and all that property that's behind us used to be sand dunes and live oak trees. You know, we're going to have change, and we have to be a little more thoughtful about people that have been paying taxes and owning property. It's not going to make everybody happy, but we also have to be a little understanding. And I have never seen so much hate and anger about somebody trying to do something. You know, I don't hate anybody, and most of the people that are up here speaking tonight, I've been in Ocean Park. My son used to live on Clipper Bay behind the boat dealership. But I just want you to be fair and think about this and think about everybody's feelings about it. But I do feel like because they're property owners, they do have some kind of right to develop their property and do it in a manner that is cost effective. They can't do a project and make everybody happy and make money. So I just, wanted to say this evening in front of them, and I'm sure there's probably some people out there not liking me very much right now, but we're a third generation boat dealership, and we're here on Shore Drive, and we've been there for a very long time, and thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Brad Martin. After Mr. Martin is Laura Hughes.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wilson, members of council, and City Manager Duhaney. My name is Brad Martin, and I live in Bay Lake Pines Offshore Drive with my wife Tracy and our son Henry, just a half mile from this property. Despite some official or volunteer roles I serve in our city, I'm here today only in my capacity as a Virginia Beach citizen, but Tracy did tell me I could speak for her for 3 minutes. We are neighbors along Shore Drive, and we stand in full support of the proposed multifamily mixed-use development at Marlin Bay. I think it is commendable that you have a project like this and an applicant like the McCleskey team where the effort was put in to listen to the community and the city planners. Modifications to the project were made in order to check most, if not all, of the boxes regarding the project design and generally satisfy a great majority of the stakeholders and neighbors. From the aspirational, larger original project, including a right-of-way closure, to the outreach to local civic leagues, to working with your great staff in the planning department, to the 8-2 and 9-1 supportive votes at the Bayfront Advisory Committee and the Planning Commission, this applicant did the work and your process worked. Now, you all know that I could talk stormwater and flooding into next week, but I really just want to tell you that as a resident in the Bayfront corridor, I'm looking forward to something different on this property than the existing fenced gravel boat trailer parking lot. As for the opposition to this project, you've heard some viewpoints that the number of units, the traffic, the flooding hazard, and the building height are not compatible with the surrounding neighbors. Much the same that you've heard just about every other rezoning or use permit application that have come to you recently for approval. I even heard one opposing speaker at the Planning Commission refer to the Windsong Apartments project recently redeveloped on Pleasure House and say that the worst case scenario predictions, quote, have largely come to pass, unquote. I'm not sure what predictions that speaker was talking about, but in the days since that Planning Commission meeting, I have routed my morning commute directly past Windsong. And I can tell you that I have never waited more than one light cycle at the traffic light on Pleasure House to cross Shore Drive. This morning at 7:18 a.m., I was the fourth car in line at the stoplight on Shore Drive. I would suggest that you have tangible examples, whether it's Windsong, the Pearl Apartments at Great Neck, the Society Apartments at Burton Station, and several others, where the worst case scenario predictions never come to pass. You've been making and you continue to make sound decisions for the betterment of the city. I encourage you to continue your successful track record by approving this project tonight. Thank you all for your time and your service to our city.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Laura Hughes. After Ms. Hughes is Danny Murphy.
Hello again. I have lived in Ocean Park for 20 years, and I would say no one's against development, right? Everybody here probably lives in a house. What we're against is overdevelopment, and over is clearly very subjective. However, no matter what neighborhood you're talking about, it should be construed from the viewpoint of the people who have to live there with those decisions. Don't ask me about what's going on in Green Run because I don't live there. Don't ask Green Run what we should build in my neighborhood because they don't live here. And I think that's a really important distinction. I do find it a little concerning that there has been a lot of discussion about issues with VBDA, and we look at I believe the applicant's attorney is the chair of the VBDA. No conflicts there whatsoever. And the Planning Commission seems to approve anything as long as it is submitted by someone who gives a great deal of campaign donations. Again, no conflicts there. I was also concerned to hear that flood mitigation meant water was going to run right out onto Marlin Bay, especially after all of you supported destroying 5,000 trees in my neighborhood. I've been doing a little research, and apparently Clearing all of that can make catastrophic floods up to 18 times more frequent, with effects lasting over 40 years. In 40 years, I'll be over 100 years old. I won't be able to run away from the water as fast, so I'm pretty much screwed there. You people need to listen. Once again, you need to listen to the people that live there. I don't know who was neutral on this, but I have not spoken to a single neighbor who is in favor of this project. This creates way too much density. And if McCluskey wants to build something, that's great, but let him do it within the zoning that exists. Whenever we buy our property, we know that zoning exists and we have to live within that. Unfortunately, only some people have to live within that. You can change that.
Danny Murphy. I want to ask. And Mr. Murphy, as you're coming up, I have you down as the Ocean Park Civic League president. Are you representing them tonight?
Good evening.
Okay.
Mayor Dyer, council members, Duhaney. First of all, can we all smile just a little bit here? The tension in the room is killing me. And I just want to tell you, my name is Danny Murphy. I serve as the president of the Ocean Park Civic League. If any of you ever want that job, you can have it, okay? Second of all, I just wanted to say that I want you to understand why the Civic League hasn't taken a position on this. Over the past 5 years of my tenure, this site and the parcels around it have been the focus of redevelopment proposals. The Civic League and the community strongly oppose those, overwhelmingly strongly oppose those. Those earlier plans, some of you may recall, I've sat down with a number of you when that first project was going through. Our community is genuinely divided. I know there was some talk about our recent meetings. I can tell you from our meetings in June and July, where our normal residents show up, our members show up, there was division there. There was no consensus whatsoever. I'm not saying there weren't people strongly in favor or opposed. I'm just saying there was no overwhelming consensus. See, our bylaws charge the league to inform residents of issues of neighborhood importance, to provide a forum of discussion of concerns, and to promote participation of public affairs like this hearing. We've done that work. Over the past 5 years, the Civic League has constantly brought up discussion about these parcels. We have met with key stakeholders. We have had developer presentations. We have hosted community open houses for this. I want to thank the planning department, especially Deputy Director Bokut, and also the planner, Coleman, for coming out and spending an evening with us and discussing this and answering questions, because the one thing I can tell you, the Q&A session was priceless. I also want to thank the developers, the McCluskey Association, for addressing the concerns of the past and working to mitigate them where they could, and seeking input throughout. The engagement record is real. Pre-application meetings, concept reviews, community open house, and adjustments that came from the Civic League and the Bayfront Advisory Commission, including building height, the pet relief station, and also permeable ground covers. You have the BAC recommendation of approval and also the planning recommendation of approval. We respect that work, but the decision is now yours. Redevelopment is inevitable, necessary, and welcome. We ask that you evaluate this application against the long-term vision of the city that has already been adopted, the comprehensive plan, the Shore Drive Overlay District, the Shore Drive Corridor Plan and Design Guidelines, and that this project not set a precedent, that each development going forward should be reviewed under those considerations. There are concerns we all share, whatever our position. If you approve this application, we ask that they be written into the conditions and proffers. First, scale and density and massing. Yes, it reaches nearly the 24 per acre as the application, and there are variances for the balconies to setback on Clipper Bay from 30 to 15 feet. The developer lowered the height on the step down next to the townhouse. There's welcome changes for us. Second, neighborhood character and corridor alignment. Does it fit within Ocean Park's identity and historical coastal community? Does it align with the city's adoption of the Shore Drive corridor plan? It does. Third, parking and traffic. There is a trade-off to have under building parking and the height of the building. It does allow for more parking and should help with the spillover possible onto Marlin Bay. That is one of our concerns. Also, traffic, that Marlin Bay will need to have that light retime so that individuals won't be, piled up there, and they will be able to get out in a timely fashion. The last thing I want to talk is about stormwater. I know there has been some discussion about stormwater and whether it's needed. I am confident in our ability to evaluate the stormwater and ensure that there is no runoff from that building if it is developed as proposed. We know that we've been through this process, and that's what the planning department will do. My last issue is about the Pleasure House Point, and it is a crown jewel of Virginia Beach. The natural area is certainly one of the best protected secrets of Virginia Beach, and we just ask that you maintain and protect the habitat and trails that are part if there is an approval. Whatever you decide tonight, we ask that residents continue to have the full and fair opportunity to be heard, and that the commitments made throughout this process travel with the property. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
We have two WebEx speakers, Mayor. The first is Kim Mayo. Ms. Mayo, you are unmuted and may begin.
Hello, good evening. Again, Kim Mayo. Thank you everyone for coming out. I serve on my District 9 Civic Board and oppose this upzone. I do support the developer building 10 to 12 units as allowed by right. Mr. Browning, this is not all about you. The location is in a flood-prone area with stormwater issues, and council is party to a condemnation lawsuit along the Shore Drive corridor owned by the same developer along Lynnhaven Drive, as reports state. How is this good for Pleasure House Point? I grew up in the country, but have lived in the Shore Drive corridor for most of my life, my husband's family in the region since the American Revolution. I have also asked Councilman Schulman to recuse himself. He has taken related campaign contributions, pushed the bulldozing of over 5,000 trees, as he stated, and publicly acknowledged working with this big developer for a substantial upzone. I've already mentioned the June 8th District 9 falsified meeting video, and I'd like to ask Danny, how do you protect the trails? You just mentioned dumping this type of density, and what trails are there even left at Pleasure House Point? All of the above shows a lack of citizen focus and integrity. Again, let the developer follow the existing rules and build 12 homes or so. I ask that you defer this vote on the upzone, as Martha very eloquently summarized. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I speak to the issue of the conflict, please, and those allegations? Would you mind, sir?
Yeah, go ahead and address it.
There were, and thank you, there were a couple constituents who had asked whether it was appropriate for me to decide in this application and raise the possibility of me having a conflict. I take those sorts of things very seriously. And so I did ask our city attorney's office to prepare a conflicts analysis. I would just like to ask Mr. Stiles if you can share the fact that I do not have a conflict as your office determined.
Folks, please.
Mr. Schulman,
took the emails that you had received and the facts that were contained in those emails and conducted analysis under the Virginia Conflict of Interest Act. And based on the information available to us, we do not find that you have a conflict requiring your disqualification from participating in this matter.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Yes, the next speaker via WebEx is Ronna Marsh. Ms. Marsh, you are unmuted and may begin.
Yes, good evening again. Let me just say the voters will decide if there was a conflict of interest on this vote, because we are still very upset about Pleasure House Point and the 5,200 trees, the ordinance that Councilman Schulman pushed through. I'm asking you to not upzone this to 52 luxury, let's say luxury condos for somewhere between 300 and 324 residents with 162 bedrooms on 2.2 acres, with the best result for the city is big profits for the developer. It makes all the citizens and everyone in the neighborhoods have to suffer with tighter parking and more traffic and deal with less, so that a developer can overdevelop. It's zoned for 10 condos, so build the 10 condos. An extra 42 condos significantly increases both the road traffic, the parking issues, and the tidal flood risks. Roughly 5 times more units means 5 times more residents, cars, and trips, worsening congestion, especially on local roads. We've all seen the tidal flooding photos that I sent you from last October, where people are in hip waders. More buildings add impervious surfaces and roof pavement and reduce the water absorption. In addition to the parking shortages, because there's only going to be 104 parking spaces for potentially over 300 residents, everyone is going to have to deal with double parking, illegal parking, towing, making roads that aren't parked on parkable. It's a huge problem. So what we want to do is make sure that everyone understands luxury condos for $750,000 to $1 million do not help us increase our affordable housing. We also have fire and emergency services challenges, like they did with Aries on the Bay, where 4 units burned down because of the fire on the 4 units. Shore Drive and vehicle deaths are up. We have an analysis by our own city that says Shore Drive is already operating beyond its intended capacity. According to a staff report, it carries approximately 40,500 average daily trips, and despite the estimated roadway capacity of only 36,900 ADT. It's in a floodwater area that is prone to flooding. And where is the environmental assessment?
We appreciate your participation.
Ms. Murphy?
Okay, Mr. Schulman?
Ms. Murphy, if you would like.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Ms. Murphy, if you'd like to come up for
Okay.
rebuttal.
Good evening. I just wanted to point out a few things to you. As far as stormwater management, don't believe me, believe Karen Forget with Lynn Haven River Now. And what folks don't understand about the process is the first shovel can't go into the ground until a fully designed stormwater management facility that does not put any extra water post-development into any system and deals with the treatment of the water and the flow of water has been reviewed and approved by your Public Works Department, through the Planning Department, through the site plan review process. As we've said, there is no stormwater management now on the property. It's compacted gravel, it's sheet flows directly into Shore Drive and Marlin Bay. I believe I was misquoted on that, but that's the current conditions. This isn't a mixed zone. It's an attractive project, and through their review process, the Bayfront Advisory Commission has indicated that it does comply with the Shore Drive corridor guidelines. Your staff, your professional staff has concurred with that. We've addressed all of the items. I think Mr. Murphy got one of them wrong. We've addressed all of the items that the Bayfront Advisory Commission recommended. The one that we do not have a final decision on is the permeable pavers. That's something that my client is reviewing and continues to look into what kind of technology might be available. The city does have a plan to utilize Clipper Bay Drive, which the city already owns. There's a street there that would be used, my understanding, for the pump station. There has been meaningful public input over the last couple of years, probably more than on any other project that I've been involved in. To correct an inaccuracy, the property is zoned PDH1 now. PDH1 gets a treatment that would be A12 as far as residential, which would mean 24 units. However, PDH1 is tied to a master plan. The master plan for this part of Ocean Park cannot be located, so it's really not clear, other than that A12, what the plan was. But this was part of that overall plan. Traffic, as your staff report indicates, there's a modest increase. Marlin Bay is a 4-lane signalized intersection, and traffic will have to come out through Marlin Bay because those are the only entrance points. The property owner has owned this property for over 50 years and has worked very closely with the community to try to find a development that does fit within the neighborhood, and we believe that they've done a good job with that. Want to say the quiet part out loud. The beach, the oceanfront, or the Ocean Park beaches, Pleasure House Point, are city amenities. They are the crown jewels, but they are the jewels for all the citizens of the city of Virginia Beach to visit. Happy to answer any other questions.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a few questions for staff before we get into questions. I see LJ Hansen, there were a couple stormwater issues that were raised, including the pump station. Sir, I'd like for you, if you don't mind, to come and answer a couple of questions with regard to that. My understanding is Shore Drive Phase 4, which has obviously been on the books for way too long. And over the last 3 years, thank you, council, we've gotten more money in the last 3 years than any time in the last 10 for that project. That's moving along. But as part of that project, there's a preliminary engineering report with a traffic study, or the, I guess, master transportation plan in that area. And then there was a master drainage study that identified the need for a pump station somewhere in that vicinity. Can you speak to that, and whether it's crystal clear where that pump station has to be? Is it this property? Are there other properties potentially that we could look at for siting that pump station?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So as part of the Shore Drive Phase 4 project, there was drainage improvements that are proposed as part of that, just as similar to what we're doing on Phase 3 on the other side of the Lesnar Bridge. There's also a stormwater master drainage study done for the entirety of this Ocean Park area, and it also calls for a pump station. So both of those studies are calling for a pump station. Combined, we don't have the final answer on how exactly big that pump station is, but we know that it's a significant station. We do not, however, have a fully funded project. Neither one of those projects are fully funded, and to that end, we are not ready to go to right-of-way acquisition on either one of those projects at this point. We have tentatively identified a couple of locations, as was pointed out. This location was initially identified as one of the areas that we looked at. The right-of-way that is directly adjacent to this is also an area under consideration, and there are some other areas that I'd rather not name because I think that could jeopardize the city's negotiation strategy moving forward, are also identified as potentials.
Okay. Would you say it's not uncommon to have the need for a public facility in a general location, but have those details not be readily ascertainable until later in the planning process?
Well, certainly as we move through the design process, it's something that we're going to want to nail down sooner rather than later. Public Works has we have no opinion on this rezoning. That is not our role. In the event that this rezoning goes through, we would like to talk with the owners of the property and see if there's the ability to flex in one way, shape, or another. But we don't have that down because we're not that far into the development process.
Would questions about traffic, I guess, and parking along Marlin Bay be better directed to our planning director, or can you field those?
Well, I can certainly comment to the fact that staff did comment on the fact that Marlin Bay is a 4-lane road. It is signalized at the intersection with Shore Drive. Adjustments would need to be made to the signal, but we do not anticipate that there would be other major improvements at this point.
Okay, I may have our planning director remind me, but the Marlin Bay is a divided road with a median that was originally supposed to have accommodated somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,770 homes, but for the fact that we were able to acquire Pleasure House Point under, I guess, a failing economy 12 years ago. Would that be correct to say? Okay. All right. Thank you. I do have a question for Ms. Warren, our planning director, if you don't mind. There have been some concerns about, whether or not 824, 24 units per acre, whether or not this particular project comports with the comp plan, it being suburban focus area 1, mixed zone under the Shore Drive corridor plan and design guidelines. Can you discuss what, I guess, the maximum allowable or preferable density is in those planning areas? And then also, if you wouldn't mind, address that, I believe Ms. Murphy did, but if you could confirm that the stormwater management plan for this property would ordinarily, like any other property, be done in connection with the site plan review process.
Yes, council member. So just starting with that one, any type of stormwater review is going to come through our site plan review process, where it's routed out to the various departments. And as she said, it cannot increase water flow. It's got to handle its own water flow and cannot make any of that worse. Okay. Worse than it is right now. And then for the zoning piece, that would be, as you know, this is going to the request is for a B4 Shore Drive corridor, and that would be a 24 units per acre that is requested and permitted here. It's a 2.2 acre site. That would be 52.8 units that are permittable, and they are asking for 52 units here.
Thank you, Ms. Warren, I appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion, and then I'd like a few minutes to discuss. I'm happy to hear what my colleagues have to say too. Well, I'm going to make a motion to approve the project, and after a second,
Folks!
After I get a second, I'd like a couple minutes to
Do we
make
have a
remark.
second?
I second.
We have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a second. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes this job is not easy.
Folks, can we please show respect?
We listened to you all night. If you would just let me talk, I'd appreciate it. The best
Please, folks.
The best thing that I can do is I can tell you that from the very beginning, 3.5 years ago, and even before, when I saw the prior iteration of this project, and I knew that had I been successful in my campaign for office, I would have had to have dealt with it sooner or later. 227 rental units was never appropriate. Was never something that I would ever be able to get behind. I think this project is a good example of local government working exactly the way it's supposed to. The proposal before us is not the same as it was 5 years ago, let alone 3.5 years ago. I worked very hard to make this better, smaller, and more compatible with what residents want. It has changed significantly because residents spoke up. The Civic League got involved. Our city staff came and helped and worked out issues, and the applicant was flexible, responsive, and they listened. The proposal I originally saw in 2023 involved substantially greater density. As I said, 227 apartment rental units across multiple parcels, borrowed density, a parking garage, and even a street closure. That is absolutely not what's before us tonight. Tonight, we're considering a single parcel, 52 ownership units, no parking garage, no borrowed density, and no street closure. And a project that fits within, actually underneath, the allowable density for that planning area. It's worth noting, and it has been noted a couple of times, that because redevelopment is required to meet current standards, and we have the strictest standards in the state, water right now, just as they mentioned, just flows right off that property. It's mostly impervious surface right into our river and right into our natural area. So this proposed development would be required to retain and treat and manage water on site before it ever got to the river. So that, in my mind, represents an environmental improvement to this property than what exists now. I know, believe me, I know there are residents who still oppose this application, and I completely respect that. These types of decisions are sometimes just plain not easy. But my responsibility isn't to ask whether there's unanimous approval for this application. If that were the standard, very little would get approved in our city. My responsibility is to determine whether this proposal is consistent with the underlying zoning, our adopted plans, whether it respects the surrounding community, and whether it strikes an appropriate balance between preserving community character and thoughtful investment. And for those reasons, I think it does meet that standard, and I do support this application.
Okay, anybody else want to speak? Okay, let's open the vote.
This is motion to approve. The vote is open. By a vote of 10 to 1, you have approved the application.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on, okay, to the next one. Guess item 4? Okay. Craig and April Dean. Craig Dean for conditional use permit, raise short-term rental at 513 20th Street, District 6.
Mr. Dean, Craig Dean, you're the applicant. Go ahead, sir. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. We're over here, hon.
These are the applicants, Craig and April Dean.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor.
Go right ahead.
For 513 20th Street, I was putting in for application for rezone, or to allow us to do Airbnb there. We did the other side. I understand there was a question about parking for it, and we have lots of parking. There's room for 5 spaces in the back already with parking. And when I bought the property approximately 30 years ago, we had parking in the front of it also, but I didn't need it, so I planted grass there. Took up the stones and put a grass there because we didn't need that much parking. So they were concerned about traffic going up and down the half street. And when you have Airbnb, it means there's nobody in there living, the 9 months off season. So the traffic would be exactly the same if somebody was living there, which they do in the off season. And we've had the property for 30 years, and everybody's parked in that one spot, 3, 4, or 5 cars in the back that's on the street. And I just, we could open up the driveway in the front on 20th Street again if that was required, if that's required. But I haven't heard one complaint about traffic on there in 30 years. So I just respectfully request that you pass this application.
Okay, any questions? Worth?
Is there any opposition to this application?
Yes,
Do you want-
we have a speaker.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sarah Welch.
Thank you, Mayor and council people. My name is Sarah Welch, and I live on 20.5 Street at 522. I live just down the street from the 3 proposed short-term rentals on the agenda. This is one of 3. I stand in opposition of these short-term rentals and conditional use permits because of the density of existing short-term rentals on our small street. Our street's already active with several homes that are either active as legally permitted or some that are unlegally permitted at 524 20.5. There's 35 houses between Mediterranean and Baltic on the north side of 20th, 20.5, and the south side of 21st Street, as well as Baltic and Mediterranean avenues. And this particular owner has one of them on Mediterranean. With the current number of short-term rentals, we've had situations of loud tenants, parking issues, lawns unkept. With the new Atlantic Park, which I am in favor of, it's a great venue, I've been there. Our street, the alleyways become more of a thoroughfare. And the STR at 2003 Mediterranean, when you're pulling out from Mediterranean, from 20.5 to Mediterranean with all the parking, it's very difficult to see to get down Mediterranean. Regularly during the 100 days of summer, there's just parking issues on move-in and move-out days. I believe that based on the code of 1 parking space per bedroom, there's not ample parking in the situation for all 3 of these addresses. It causes even greater parking issues, and I personally experienced a situation where the house next to me, they came and asked if they could pay me to park my driveway. Last weekend, I had someone come and ask, they were renting, I was watering my flowers, and they said, "Where do I park?" There's a garage at 19th Street, I guess, I don't know. I moved to Virginia Beach in my house in 2019. I purposely bought this house in this neighborhood as it was single family. There's a lot of other places in Virginia Beach I could have bought, and I didn't because there's a lot of investor real estate. Again, I'm a homeowner on a small street. I'm concerned about the potential situation of investor realty. I really want this council to consider declining these 3 conditional use permits and think about a density cap for our city so that no one street gets overtaken by investor real estate.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant or the speaker? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Deans, if you would like to come back up for rebuttal.
I'm fully aware again about the parking there. We have 5 spots in the back. There's only a total of 4 bedrooms in the duplex, but we have a space for 5 in the back also, in the back already, which is on 20.5 Street. I've been there for the 30-some years I've had it. But I also could have went up the driveway in the front for more parking, which I think the green lawn looks better than asphalt there, but I can uncover it and put more parking in there. But there's no more traffic with Airbnb there or somebody living there. That's exactly the same.
Whether it's short or long-term rental,
Right.
it's exactly the same amount.
No more people, no more cars, nothing changes. And we've never once, while we've been doing this, have one complaint by any neighbors.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Dean, and Sarah, especially for waiting this long. As just was said in the last application, this is not an easy job because you all have done, I think you're a respected STR owner, and so, this is not, my motion here in a minute was not against you all at all. As was said previously, and I've said previously in informal meetings, that the density is just what's said, density of STRs on 20th Street. There are 11 approved conditional use permits on 11 on 20th Street, and 335 STRs have been approved. The bulk of the STRs, 335 have been approved, and they are in this area of the resort area, Atlantic and Pacific Avenue, but also 20th, 20 and a half, 21st, excuse me, 22nd. And your application number 3 was approved earlier on consent agenda. So we're going to be discussing, the Planning Commission and eventually Council in September will be discussing a map, the overlay, where I'd like to see us reduce the overlay to 21st and 22nd Street and reduce it 20th and 20th and a half out of the overlay area. So in advance of that, that's why I'm moving for a denial. The last thing about this is that as much as I do respect STRs and the business and entrepreneurship of STRs, we are in a housing crisis, as we say. We need more houses for families. And so more STRs means less houses for families to live in. This is an Old Beach resort community. I've been to the resort Civic League many times. This is of concern to the residents in that area. So these are the reasons why I move for a denial. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Okay, motion for denial. Oh, okay, Stacy.
I sympathize with the fact that there are so many STRs in this, and I will look forward to having a discussion about reducing the overlay in the district. But I hate being in the position of picking winners and losers. And I feel as though that's what we're trying to do here. And, you know, we've approved many of these, maybe too many of these, but it seems as though this is where we're going to draw a line. And I'm having a hard time doing that. I don't think it's our job to pick winners and losers.
And the only thing I would say to that, it doesn't increase density of people or cars or anything. We rent to families off-season every year, kids, professionals, et cetera. And
Same amount of vehicles.
Same vehicles,
Whether
same
it's
amount of
long-term
people.
or short-term.
In fact, I would say there's less people during Airbnb than there is when we have a family in there. And so I don't see it increasing density at all, or traffic for that matter.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, let's open the vote.
So the vote is to deny, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. By a vote of 8-3, this application has been denied.
All right, thank you.
You guys have a tough job. I get it. No hard. By the way, thanks for bringing the fireworks back.
No, Hutch.
Thank you.
Really,
Well, ending on the evening on a positive note. Thank you.
That's I appreciate it. Really.
Now, 2 more. Okay, item number 5, Adarsh Jane Shells and Pearls LLC for conditional use permit, raise short-term rental at 511 20th and a half Street, District 6.
Brittany Marshall, are you representing the applicant?
I am. I'm the authorized representative for the applicant with Host My Home LLC.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you all for sticking with us this long. I know it's been a long night. I appreciate what you all do, and I am taking a more diplomatic approach, so no issues here. But we are asking for your approval for this property. I work for Host My Home LLC. That is a short-term rental or just mid-term rental property management company. With that company, we do manage and maintain 85 properties. Obviously, within that number of the 300 plus that you all mentioned. I do want to touch on some specifics. I know that we did have, some previous speakers that had some concerns. The one thing I do want to address is my title with the company. I am a property inspector and compliance assistant. And so with that, I am able to speak more of being on the grounds with these short-term rentals. This unit specifically right now has a 30-day tenant. We are not illegally operating as an STR as we did prove before amongst the Planning Commission. The parking is substantial. It holds 10 occupants. This specific one holds 10 occupants, and it has 4 parking spots. It could hold up to 6 cars, depending on the size. I do want to speak on it being properly managed as far as ring cameras, noise-aware systems. We do not allow last-minute or late-night bookings. The employees that are there are within a 8 to 10 minute response time, and I can guarantee that because I live about 7.5 minutes, and I would be the respondee if there was an issue that needed to be responded to. There's no parties allowed. The house and beach rules are clearly posted, not only during booking, but inside of the home for reference. The signs are visible from the street, and there are direct phone numbers that are given to neighbors and authority for contact if needed during any type of events. The short-term rentals are inspected fully as far as grass, parking, availability, maintenance, and management. They are inspected before and after each booking and during if necessary. We have the ability to restrict access to a unit in an event that we have a belligerent or an unneighborly individual renting from us at that time, which has not been an instant, but we do have the ability to restrict access in real time for those reasons. I also want to speak on the fact that the people that we rent to, they're not party goers, they're not young individuals, they're usually employees or families that are here to see loved ones in the Hampton Road area, which prefers maybe an ocean view or a more accommodable stay for their family size, children, pets, things like that. So we do not have, like I said, late or last minute bookings. Each one of our guests go through a vetting process for this. And I did just want to touch on these because I know that these were brought up as concerns. Parking is not allowed on the street at all, and these parking is visible from the ring cameras that we have managing these properties as well. Like I said, these homes are able to accommodate enough vehicles for the amount of guests that we allow.
Okay, Worth.
Ms. Welch, do you want to come forward again, or it's pretty much the same thing, or?
We have, yes, so
We have
Ms.
more?
Welch.
Okay.
Oh, welcome back.
Thank you. So this house is right next door to the house that just went previously. So it would have been 1311 and 509 will be next, just so everybody realizes there's 3 right in a row that are being requested. And as far as the parking goes, this particular 509 and 511 is a quad, and there's 2 parking spots per location. So I'm not sure where 10 parking spots came from, but for 1 space per bedroom, this could only be a 2-bedroom home to accommodate what the parking is that's actually at the building. So again, parking issues is our big concern, and the traffic, and just the fact that they aren't neighbors. They aren't part of the neighborhood, they're transient, they come and go. And so I would prefer to have neighbors.
Okay.
Thank you.
Worth.
Thank you for waiting all night to come down and speak for your application.
Should the applicant get 3 minutes for rebuttal? Thank you.
I know there's no images for you all to see, and we'll work on getting you those images, but I can, and after just checking myself on our app that we use to manage our properties, I can guarantee that it is a quad, as she spoke, and there is a unit that does have those 2 spaces, but it is not either of the units that we are asking for approval on. Also, the unit that she's speaking of that allows those 2 parking spaces has a reduced occupancy, so there's not 8 to 10 guests guests that can stay in those units specifically. In this unit that I'm speaking of right now and the one I'll speak of next, they hold a higher occupancy and they do have the appropriate parking, being that they have 2 spots in the front, 2 spots in the back, and that's if you're talking, you know, vans, trucks, F-150s. If you're talking 2-door Hondas, sedans, things like that, you are able to get 4 to 5 vehicles comfortably in that parking space.
Okay, Worth.
Okay, thanks everyone for waiting. This is the last one, next to the last application. One more after this, but I won't go through what I just said on the previous application. You know where I stand on this. This is, however, 20th and a half street, so it's a half street, not a 20th or a 21st. So the half streets are smaller, they're not as wide, they're much more compromised for this type of land use. There's 5 on this street. And I think this is a street where you live on. There's 5 approved CUPs, conditional use permits, 4 STRs before this application, and there's a 6th one, that's been challenged for illegal use for a number of years now, and that's another story. But again, the same story: density of STRs in really what is Old Beach Resort community, a neighborhood. So I move for a denial again.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Yeah, Michael.
Yeah. Thank you. First of all, I just want to acknowledge that it has been a long night, and I'm sorry to delay it. I was thinking a lot along the lines as what Councilmember Cummings was saying during the previous application, and I just feel compelled to clarify my position a little bit more with this application, and I guess the next one. I recognize that Councilmember Remick is in a very difficult position because I agree that the density of STRs in this area is probably exceeded its appropriateness. But in my view, we should make that policy change before having the appearance of what could be an arbitrary decision. Of course, that's what we're asked to do in this work on a regular basis, is make a decision that is subjective, and that's why people elect us to make these decisions. And so I recognize that reasonable people can have a different view of this, but in my view, and with great respect to Councilmember Remick and on all the work that I know he has put into this and into the neighbors, and I have a lot of friends who live in that neighborhood and talk about the density and the proliferation of STRs here. I was also serving on council when these STR regulations were formulated, and we did make a proactive decision to include the conditional use permit to sort of evaluate the appropriateness of the STRs in this neighborhood. I don't know that we contemplated that density at that time, and I think a further revision is appropriate, and I'll be glad to support it. But until that time, I feel like it's unnecessarily arbitrary to make that delineation in this moment that there's too much. How do we, I don't have that information before me to know how much is too much. And so that's the basis for my no vote on this and the other applications. Thank you.
Yeah, and Hutch?
So echoing the same things, well, one thing I want to apologize to my colleagues. I did not want to be speaking. I want to be done. But I do have a couple questions for the director. The parking is now definitely at a crossroads here of do we or don't we? And I'd like to know your opinion on that.
So I'm sorry, the question is about the parking?
Yes, ma'am. Do we have enough parking at this place to support the bedrooms?
Yeah. The quadplexes have 8 spaces on site as they are required. This unit has 2 assigned spaces, and they are renting 2 off-site spaces, which are 0.13 miles from a commercial parking lot just down the street.
Okay, so they got it covered.
Yes.
Yep. Then my next question is Planning Commission and I don't have my book in front of me. How did we vote on the two groups, Planning Commission and in your department?
So there has been a change. There's a recommended change to the parking that will be coming forward, correct? That was last week. And then they deferred the other vote, which is the boundary adjustment.
Okay. How about the planning commission? Do you know how they voted on this? On this particular one? Walter's in the back. I'm sure he can tell us.
10-1.
In support?
In support, yes, 10-1 in support.
So again, just to my two colleagues, and obviously respect Worth and the vice mayor, that's not it. But for me, and coming from the fire department, we always had if you have a rule, you either need to change it and then enforce it. You didn't enforce a rule that you didn't, or one that was already there. You didn't really go against it unless you had something egregious. That's on us. So I'm very much in the fact that I'm not going to play winners and losers and go against you to the commission or your department. So that's why I'll be voting no.
You know, let me just say that STRs have been, the shadow that has been following us for a number of years. And, and I'll tell you what, I think the prudent thing, because both sides make compelling arguments, this is another one of those famous King Solomon type decisions. But the thing is, let me just say, in this kind of thing, I usually defer to the district person because they're very intimate what's going on. But by the same token, I agree with Michael and Hutch and Stacy. We're going to have a serious discussion about this at our upcoming retreat. And, now that we implemented the rules for the STR, now we can, do a critical evaluation, to really take a look at how we're doing it. But, right now, anybody else? Let's, Josh.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to congratulate the applicant's representative on a fantastic presentation. You did a nice job.
Okay, let's open the vote.
And the vote is to deny, correct? It's a motion to deny,
Yeah,
is that correct?
That is
Thank you.
correct.
By a vote of 8-3, this application has been denied.
Okay.
And then Brittany, if you want to come up for the last application. Marsall, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you Brittany, Ms. Marsall.
It's the same spiel. Like I said, they're neighbors, and it's pretty much the same thing. Like I said, I'm a property inspector and the compliance assistant, and so I'm on the ground every day with these properties, multiple times a day, addressing issues. We have the response team, the response time. We do not have any violations specified to this property. We are very neighborly. We encourage all of our, guests and things like that to sightsee, to, entwine with the neighbors and things like that. Even as far as maybe some of the neighbors being asked about parking, I would always suggest that they refer back to their booking, individuals or just to their bookings. But like I said, between the parking, all of our compliances and management and things like that, I mean, we pretty much tie up any loose ends, being that we are a company. And so we are focused basically on being a pillar of the community and a part of the community. So we don't, function illegally, and we do not oppose to any suggestions or anything that can help us, better what we're doing as a company and a part of the community.
Okay, thank you. Worth.
Ms. Welch, would you like to come up?
Okay.
I don't have anything really further for the council other than to say that I appreciate you hearing the density comments that I've made when I've been here before. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like for rebuttal? We're just going through the procedure here.
I just want to thank you all for your time. I also just want to ask that, in the future that these things are considered as far as short-term rentals. We do things that our rentals go to families. Hampton Roads, as you all know, is a heavy populated military area. These families are not properly accommodated by hotel stays when they're here for an extended amount of time. And so that's what we pride ourselves on doing. Also, I do ask that we are looked at as an an individual. I know sometimes that because there is in a personal opinion, there's an over fluctuate or an over, amount or saturation of these short-term rentals. A lot of times we can be blocked together or booked in together, and instead I ask that we're looked at as an individual short-term rental company. What the next short-term rental may have done, or what the guests at that short-term rental may have done, I ask that it's taken independent each time, because we are separate than the previous applicants and other applicants.
Okay, and, let me say this, we're going to talk about this at the retreat, and the retreats are open to the public, and you are an articulate champion of your company, and, drop by, and this way you'll have the opportunity to interact with us and things of that nature, so I think it would be helpful.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And Brittany, you've done a great job. You do a great job as management for the STRs that you all have, as was the deans, April, Dean. They're good managers as well. So it's very tough, and you are often considered in with others that don't manage the properties well. But I think the same thing as before. The density, this is the same street, 5 existing, another that's illegal. I move for denial. I hate to be Mr. Denial tonight, but I'll, move for denial. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Can I ask?
Yeah, Amelia?
I would just like to know, how long have you been doing what you do with this?
I actually recently started with this company in April of this year, but I have been an effective property manager for short-term, mid-term, long-term rentals and underserved communities for over 10 years. So I'm no stranger to being able to advocate for what we need in our community.
It's positively obvious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and one last question.
Yes,
there are 3 that's been brought up, and one person continuously bring up her problem. Are there any others that have brought this to you, Councilman?
I thought you were talking to me, sorry.
You addressed that to me?
Yes, I just want to know.
So I'm glad you did ask that, because
one person talking about 3 different units, and we always defer it to that council person because they have direct interest or direct on that. So I'm just asking a quick question. I don't see anybody else but one person for 3 units. Can you explain that a little bit more?
that question is to me.
That question's for you.
So thank you. It's a valid question, because we did hear from one speaker opposing, and I'm not necessarily beholden to her at all. I go to the Civic League meeting, and the Resort Beach Civic League president is here in attendance as well. The citizens in the community there that own their homes, many for decades, that is a resort community that's been there for a long time. That's the beach borough. And so I don't fault at all short-term rentals being there, but the density now has changed dramatically, this community. And that's why you're seeing me do this tonight. And I do agree with my council members here that seated on both sides of me. We can't be picking winners and losers. It seems arbitrary, but I think we do need to take this up at the retreat and take this map up and cut it back. And there are other areas. I voted for almost, I think, 90 STRs in the 3.5 years here on council. Almost 90 STRs in the overlay. So we voted for a lot. But I hope that answers your question. There are others who just don't want to come here and wait till almost 9 o'clock on Tuesday night to express their opposition. Were there other letters of opposition? 1 or 2, maybe. I should have known that when I made my speech, but I didn't.
Okay.
Oh, she said.
Were you asking for me a response?
No.
Planning staff.
Coming from,
There are other letters of opposition. It looks like we have 3.
Okay.
so there were others. Okay, that's good to know. I was just wondering.
And I mean, you all have done such a good job at making Virginia Beach attractive and, as far as what you have done. So it's natural that we are going to become saturated with people who want to come and see the work that you all have done to Virginia Beach. And that's where we're at now, so everyone is wanting to come see what there is to see, what there is to spend, what there is to do. And so naturally we have to expect, all of those that want to believe their eyes.
Thank you. That's so obvious, and so this is a great problem to have. Right. Yes.
You got it.
Thank you. So there was a motion. I don't believe there was a second.
Stacy?
Yeah, ma'am, I just want you to know, I hope you don't take this as a personal defeat, because in my view, you just came here on the wrong night. You did a great job, but your timing was bad.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I take nothing personal, everything professional. I appreciate that.
You got it. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
There was a motion. I didn't hear a second, though.
Okay, do I have a second? Sure.
Second?
Okay, any other discussion? Okay,
The motion is?
to deny.
The motion is to deny. The vote is open. By a vote of 8-3, this application has been denied.
Okay, are there any appointments?
Yes. Before I make the appointments, I just wanted to say something briefly, if you don't mind. It's been a very long night, but I just wanted to bring to attention, we did something that was on the consent agenda that I think was really special. There was some property in District 5 on Upton Drive that's next to the hospice house, and we changed that into preservation tonight. So a lot of people think we want to develop everything, but we took a piece of property tonight that could have been developed, and we turned it into preservation. So because it was on the consent agenda, I think a lot of people may not have realized that we did that, and I just wanted to bring that to the attention of everyone. We have a couple of appointments for the Parks and Rec Commission in District 10. We have Herbert Woodhead, and then for the Stop Inc. Board, we have Mr. William Curtis. Move for approval.
Second. Hey, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Mayor Mayhap, thank you. By a vote of 11-0, you have appointed those as read by Vice Mayor Wilson.
Okay, is there any unfinished business? New business. Thank you all. Appreciate everybody's effort.